when you're beating tired, just when you're feeling low, here comes a hero, you know. Oh, what you waiting for? They're knocking at your door. Stand up, it's deep in your veins. Stronger, you'll show them the way. They can make you a hero, a hero. Just believe when they say you are a lion, you are a fire. Top of the mountain, you are defiant. Through the day, through the night, you won't break open. Never let you give in till you reach the end. No, 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 no. Lion, you are defiant, you are a fighter. Don't you know you're the light that lifts us up? Never giving, never done. Second to none, second to none. When you're feeling low, take my hand and then we'll go. No one can stop us now. No one can bring you down. They can make you a hero, a hero. Nothing stands in your way. You are a lion, you are a fire.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Hello and welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship presented by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's your boy F. Joined here, of course, by Trav and Ark. And we are in our final monthly final of the regular season. It's been a long year here, Ark, but we've gotten here, and a lot of these teams are hoping that this isn't their last stop.
Absolutely so. South America, always a blast, always a good time, and an epic battle is about to go down between Space Station Gaming and Foot Esports. Of course, the battle for LCQ reigns on as well, but it's always a good time.
Yeah, I mean, Trav, this one coming down to the wire, we've seen, you know, we've been doing this for a couple of years now. We've seen some times where, all right, we know who's good. This time, nobody knows what's going to happen until we actually play the games.
Yeah, I mean, Ark said it perfectly. He really did. It's a battle between Foot Esports and Space Station Gaming for that world spot, and you know that LCQ race still underway as well. So I'm really excited to see who's going to be heading directly to Worlds and who's going to have to go through LCQ.
Well, one of my favorite things about esports in general, Brawl specifically, is the history that we make here. You know, we're in our 5th year of competition, and that's why we're all dolled up, because it's a little bit of a throwback to once upon a time. Ark, back in 2019. Brawl Stars kicked off, and you can see Lex and Kairo's time up there rocking. Well, we're rocking here today.
Absolutely. So, you know, it's a really incredible thing. I mean, time has really flown by in that sense. It's every year I say the same thing at the beginning of the season. I say to everyone, it's going to fly by, and it absolutely does. But I mean, an amazing journey to this point in time. And who would have thought that we'd have so much utility in the game now? The game has progressed in such a long, long way. And I think so has the production, so has everything. Esports has never been in a better place for me.
Very well said. You know, we have more players, we have legacies, etc. You mentioned the leveling up. We also have some fun things going on. So opened up the start of this is our final regular season competition. We've got last chance qualifiers and then of course world finals. But we've got some fun stuff going on in the midst of it. Our September spectacle is going to be taking place in September, the 28th and 29th specifically. And what we've got going on, a bunch of regions are participating. 5v5, Trav. This is, I mean, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. It kind of fills that gap post LCQ, pre-Worlds with something a little bit more fun, semi-competitive, 5v5, few modifiers thrown here and there. And obviously it's Space Station and Foot Esports who will be going, and then we have another couple of teams will be sliding in as well to take them on.
You say semi-competitive. I have never once seen a Brawl Stars player not be ultra competitive. So, I mean, it's semi-competitive, but as soon as they hit the field, you know it's going to be just right into gamer mode, making it happen. So we'll see how all that stuff works out, but that's later on. Let's get into today. So it's the last monthly final, and we are doing it the same as we have done it all dang year. Power match format, that's the good stuff. Picks and bans, the whole 9 yards. Of course, we're also got our 8-team single elimination bracket. This is after a double elimination qualifier, and of course, the big thing in the game itself. So these are the best of the best when it comes down to South America. And then, of course, best of 5s. There's no oopsie daisies. There's no you got lucky in one game. You have to win 3 sets, 3 different game modes in order to make your way to that last point. And so this is where all the competition comes from. This is what we've seen all season, and it's definitely given us some exciting results as a result. So taking a look here at June, throwing on the backwards hat. I mean, Ark, why don't you walk us through how this region went last time?
I mean, as always, immensely exciting. A bit of a slow start here for Space Station Gaming in that first set. They actually lost that first set as a result of just a couple of slip-ups, but they tend to do that, sort of playing with their food, and then they bring it back full circle and sort of dominate their opposition as they did. And for FA Mini Pickers, now known as Foot Esports, getting that very all-important pickup as a result of their performance, because they've won consecutive back-to-back monthly final wins. I mean, they've just really done a full circle on the season. At the beginning of the year, it was Space Station Gaming, and now FA Mini Pickers are that team to beat in this region. It's just kind of really interesting how it's gone for me. Lovely little shot there from Juby there as well. Really, really nicely done. But ultimately, it always comes down to this: Space Station Gaming versus FA Mini Pickers, now the Foot Esports roster. I mean, at the beginning of the season, like I said, Space Station Gaming won in March, they won in April, and that grand finals tends to often be those two teams going head to head. And you can see on the leaderboards just how close those points are between those two teams. It could come down to a grand finals playoff. And then, of course, you've got Team Kesso Moekos and SK Kalalas that are still in contention for an LCQ spot.
One of the big things I want to point out here is the fact that if you watched a couple of our regions yesterday, different amounts of world slots for each region. South America only has a single one, and that is absolutely on the card. 412 and 390 for SSG and Food specifically. And so he who wins goes all the way. Whichever team winds up having a worse performance here essentially goes to LCQ. A little more complicated, but honestly, not by much. And then, of course, those 2 LCQ spots up for grabs. So a lot of competition. Don't worry, we are going to hold your hand the whole way through and show you game by game how teams are making those steps forward. So Race to PL versus Maruekas up top. We're going to show that one on the B stream. We will start our matchups with Foot Esports versus Level. Trav, take a snapshot of our bracket and tell me what you're looking at.
I mean, you've got to look at, I think, quarterfinal number 3 is probably the closest, and 1 as well. Foot Esports and Space Station have been on an absolute tear through this region. Well, more Foot Esports as of late, but Space Station's start definitely can't go unnoticed. So we're kind of going to be looking towards them getting into that grand final and giving us the absolute spectacle of a grand final, see who goes to world finals. At least in my opinion, I think that's how it's going to play out. But obviously, they've still got to get through the rest of this bracket. And as you said, FDOT, whoever does worse goes to LCQ, whoever does better goes to Worlds. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I want to give a shout to Foot. They've been very active in our Brawl scene, and this squad has been, Mini Pekkas has been so exciting to watch. I'm very excited to see them grab an org and get some representation right before our postseason. So fun stuff all around, but it is time to, well, sometimes these are fun. Caster predictions coming at you. When I get it right, they're fun. That's pretty much how I feel about it. And of course, you guys can have the same experience on event.brawlstars.com. Go ahead and put your best foot forward. All of us generally in agreement, except for that quarterfinal number 3. I went with Kalalas here, and Ark, what I'm going to ask you, I took Kalalas over Queso. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the craziest, how crazy am I for that?
I don't think overly crazy. My only reservation there being realistically that SK Kalalas haven't been in a semi-finals since March. That's the kind of like one thing that I've got to say to that. And Team Kesso have been quite consistent. They've been in every single semi-finals, and that's where Team Kesso need to get to today to lock themselves in for the LCQ. If they're able to get to those semi-finals, they'll also prevent then SK Kalalas from doing so, who've got to win the entire thing to clinch an LCQ spot. And Team Kesso having been that consistent at making those semi-finals, they've got that sort of LCQ buff, I like to call it. They're going to come in today and know that all they got to do is get through that first match, and they're going to be playing their hearts out to achieve it.
That is true, yeah. And Team Queso, all they need to do in order to make it to LCQ is make it to the semifinals. With a little asterisk there. Maruekas can't win the grand finals, but much love, boys. So all Queso really needs to do is make it to that semifinal. So you're right. They just have to win a single best of 5 in order to kind of get that LCQ. What can I say? I like VT Zim. He's the guy. I'm watching a lot of his videos. So definitely, I think there's some magic in the air for sure. Foot versus Level. Jumping into this one soon, and this one should be exciting here. Obviously, a lot on the line for Foot. As we take a look across the way, Todd, Weepy, and Lucas. Level Esports coming on through. They're going to be across the way from Foot, Motep, Hubi, and Pekka. One of the more, like I said, exciting. I was going to go with dominant, but it was a slow ramp up, Trav. Watching this team really get their feet underneath them, and then them and Roll really just lit the rocket and have been playing like that for a while.
That's the thing, they had a really tough start, and it wasn't a bad start by any means, consistently getting second place, but they just couldn't get past Space Station. And then all of a sudden, something clicked, changes must have been made, because Mini Peckers, or Foot Esports now as they're called, just started winning, and they've taken the last 2. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again. SSG have definitely got to kind of pivot, change their strategy if they want to be, going further and making it to the grand finals and even winning it against a team who they've had so many struggles with in those past few months. But obviously, it's going to be a difficult road for both of these teams to get there, and Level Esports are the ones standing in the way of Foot first.
They're grinders. That's really what I've seen, Ark, is that this team just levels up off of hard work, it seems. They come back always a little bit better, and that's the mark of a team that's always working backstage.
Yeah, perseverance, team chemistry, perseverance, and just bringing each other together to make sure the results go their way. I mean, they also had some great performances at LAN recently as well, so I'm sure that's going to go a long way here. On stage with Space Station and coming out victorious, everything's kind of going their way at the moment. And certainly, since May, everything has been really clicking. At the beginning of the season, it was still very good. I mean, they weren't having a terrible performance, but I mean, they were losing to Space Station Gaming in the grand finals of April and didn't make the grand finals in March. So there's definitely been a huge elevation in the performances since May, realistically here. And since then, also qualifying exclusively through the upper bracket. I think that's going to be said as well. I mean, they faced iWorlds twice in those qualifiers, and they haven't been necessarily up to the same standard of caliber and Erebus do picks. But nonetheless, I think that this is the team to beat for me here today.
Level Esports certainly going to try. Todd, Weepy, and Lucas coming on through representing this team. And listen, these guys have a lot of experience. Last year, Trav, we really haven't seen a lot of these players in the big scene in the calendar year of 2024. A little bit of experience going on last year in 2023 for some of these guys. I'm looking at Lucas and Weepy, Lucas mainly, who was playing for SK Kalalas. But in general, I mean, this is their start of the season, essentially.
I mean, that's the thing, experience, it doesn't just disappear. It fades along the way, and having not seen them in a while, you kind of have to think, well, they're against Foot Esports, we expect them to lose. That's the thing. Level Esports, that kind of means they just haven't got anything to lose, and they might come out, they might put up a really, really solid display. And I think it's Foot Esports we've seen kind of struggle in some earlier rounds. They've got to get started, they've got to come out the gates fast, and definitely get this sweep for themselves, because they're going to need all the momentum they can get throughout today to be able to make it to the World Finals.
A little bit of a trite, tired point that I always bring up on the broadcast is, at the end of the day, Level Esports being new, no expectations, they're there's also no VODs on them, so hard to do your homework against this team. Foot obviously have the upper card, and the fans seem to agree. Trav and I on the broadcast here. We'll catch up with Arc a little bit later once we finish this one, but Level Esports certainly have their work cut out for them. Arc, he said it himself, Foot, they might just be the team to beat here. We'll see if Level has the gas in order to make that one happen, or excuse me, the petrol to make that one happen, Trav.
Well, I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you corrected yourself. I wasn't going to. I was just going to roll along with it. But yeah, it's going to be a very tough one for Level Esports, I will say. It's not the easiest matchup for them to start with. And I'm sure Foot Esports are going to be pretty happy about this. It should allow them to get that momentum that I was talking about. A little bit of wind in the sails. Should be a fast game. And obviously the community thinks so too with the 88% to 12. But I think you've kind of got to side with Foot Esports here. We expect them to do well. We expect them to even win the monthly final. Never mind get out the quarters. So should be a swift one. We're heading on to Hideout. We've got the Nanny, Max and Tick bands coming out of Foot Esports, and the Level Esports going to get rid of the Piper, the Max and the Gene. And we do have the Foot Esports first pick, and we're going with the trusty Byron, definitely being one of the staples of the meta recently.
Absolutely. The meta has gotten a little bit more tanky. I mean, Frank's even showing up. I don't know about Bounty, but meta's got a little bit more tanky, which means healers are a little bit more valuable because you can actually heal things up. When the meta's a little less tanky, you might just die and not really have room to go ahead and heal. Mandy also rising in the ranks as of late. Obviously, Angelo, Piper, Bell are kind of your go-to sharpshooters, but Mandy has been very, very exciting in both knockout and bounty across the world.
Yeah, well, Meg and Mandy going to be rolling on them for Level Esports, and I do like those picks. Definitely gives them the tankiness they need, and I think it's quite wise to take the Meg away from that Byron pairing from Level Esports. So good draft for them so far. And so, Mandy got the range, going to be able to just completely wipe people out with that super if they don't have that much HP. So something that they've got to be wary about. They're going to take the RT, something a little bit more tanky. Seems to be lacking the mobility when those legs aren't dropped down, but also, it's a risk to do it. It's helpful that this kind of reworked gadget that they did allows you to get that super back instantly and TP back to your legs. It makes it a bit more versatile than it was before, and Gray going to round out the roster for Foot Esports. I don't mind it. That little walking cane can definitely pull through some of the walls, and the grand piano destroys them instantly. But we've seen the majority of people kind of going for the walking cane and trusting themselves to hit that shot and get the wall break.
You've got a lot of I separate the sharpshooters into two categories. You've got sort of your standard sharpshooters, much like Angelo and Piper, and then you've got these sort of like they're not utility, but they're interesting. Byron probably the closest thing to utility, right? Gray's DPS is relatively low, but he has that range, but he has a large toolbox. RT has a large toolbox. Food are bringing all of the interesting sharpshooters to the table. The Level Esports going a little bit more traditional and slapping Meg there. So you've got full long range versus long range plus the Meg tank. Off top, who won the draft?
I honestly think it's quite even, to be fair. I don't think anybody's really done a bad draft. I think overall it's pretty solid. It's just going to be coming down to whether or not Level Esports are going to be able to keep them at that range. And I mean, so far we're pecking up that blue star. They're just going to try and retreat back to the spawn, play behind these walls, and let those more range brawls and Byron and RT have a bit of a better time. Pekka's going to require some healing here, and Lucas already out of that mech.
Well, who be taking some shots, and we'll be the first to fall. Level Esports starting us off hot. With that, a retreat, because they have the lead.
Who can blame him for it? Met going to be regained as well. Has to retreat all the way back to spawn and might try to get the walking cane. He did attempt to pull him out of that, stop him from getting back into that mech, and you can't blame him for it, but it was missed. Maybe not in the best of matchups in a 2v1 against a Mandy and Angelo here. It's not something that I'd want him to be walking into as an RT. And a splash coming out. Going to connect onto Todd. Should stop the healing just a little bit if he's running that malaise. And Pekka's going to be able to get a kill on the backlines with a nice TP in. Just waiting for this out. And it does come just in time.
Beautiful play by Pekka there to use that teleport defensively. I feel like 9 times out of 10 we see the teleport offensively. But Pekka using it to get out of trouble. That time around, not going to happen. And so Mandy puts Level Esports in the lead, plus the blue. So 7-3 as Todd, who's been tapping, winds up getting one. But before I can finish my statement, Foot responds. Still lead for Level. Half a minute to go.
I was talking about trusting themselves to hit these walking gains to get some wall breaks, but it's just not happening for them. They're just not connecting whatsoever. Who'll be moving forwards now, just trying to stop the Meg from getting back into the mech, but does manage to do it again with a little help from Todd, just tanking some shots or trying to tank them. Still weren't making the connection anyway, but some good pressure coming in. Splash can make a connection onto Lucas. That RT mark does go, and a super and a hyper charge from Todd can be making big moves. Hoobie goes down, TP comes in from Pekka, he gets the kill. That's going to be the lead as well, but can he get out? Byron just spamming heals to him. He's got the TP, but he seems like he might be staying up, and he just goes to the right. Mandy super, but it's not enough as Pekka secures another one and secures the game for Foot.
That teleport at the last second was so important. Todd shaded from the right lane all the way over to the left side of the map, and I think he had the shot lined up, and that shot would have won the game. But instead, whoop, Gray's on the other side. Not gonna happen. And just like that, we see it taken by Foot, but that was well played by Level. I think a lot of people, maybe Foot included, were surprised at the level of dominance showing up from Level Esports, and a much different start to the game here for Foot as they get a little bit more aggressive and start us off 7-4.
Yeah, well, a different start, but definitely not one they're going to complain about, as it seems to be a bit better than the previous game for them, at least, as they were kind of in the opponent's spawn at this point, trying to regain the lead. 30 seconds into the last game. We do have that Hoobie super as well. Not going to be the most beneficial against the Mandy, against the Angelo down this right-hand side. We're seeing a little bit of a rotation from Todd, trying to make his way to the left-hand side to help out Lucas, who's really not gaining any ground in a double matchup on the left.
Yeah, Lucas it's really been the Todd show. That's what I've noticed. Obviously, Mandy has come through and got a couple of knockdowns as well, but Lucas has not provided that suppressive fire that I think Level wanted to create space for with their sharpshooters with. Motep with a nice shot there. Walking Cane misses because the guy died, so I think that's fair.
Walking Cane just narrowly misses again, but he's not stopping there. Goes in with the TP, back into mech though. Secures the one further to the left though as he brings Weepy down. Nice play, but definitely over-aggressing. Maybe a slight bit of overconfidence we're seeing here from Foot, but they do still have the lead, so they're not going to be complaining too much. Just need to be a bit careful. He's going forward again, gets another kill, brings mech out of that mech, and now he just gets another. I mean, it's a negative trade. He eventually goes down. 4 stars dropped, sorry, but they only need 2 to get the win, and Level Esports have got to aggress into them.
That's really what I've seen, is that got to keep an eye on that 20-star ceiling. So jumping forward, Lucas trying to find something, anything, but it's blackjack for Foot. They get the gain and the set. Just like that, starting it off quickly here is Foot Esports.
I mean, it was a strong showing, it really was. There wasn't that many misplays. They just seemed to maybe get a little bit overconfident towards the end of them, but I think they had that star management, in mind anyway. So regardless of the occasional negative trade, they know they're getting closer and closer to that 20, so they're not going to be too close.
That was it for me. I even noted it. I didn't mention it, but I noted it when I saw them going like those over-aggressive trades. And this is something that actually ReadySet and I were talking about a couple of weeks ago with respects to how people play Bounty. And we've seen, obviously, changes to the game mode, but how people are star management. Great phrase, Trev. I feel like we're just now. It's been a year of this new bounty, so to speak, and just now we're seeing teams look for this 20-star ceiling as a legitimate win condition, and we're seeing this sort of like, okay, I can make those negative trades because we're still going to be up, and if we make 3 of these trades in a row, we hit 20 before them, and that I think Foot won this game mode, which is usually about mechanics. I think they won this one with their brains, and I like their approach. Shout out Pekka with 9 takedowns.
Yeah, I mean, 9 is huge from him, and you could just see he was going aggressive, and that's what we keep on talking about, that aggressiveness coming into Bounty. It's not something you see too often, regardless of, people making sure that star management's still in check. It comes with that confidence when heading into a matchup. When they're playing against Space Station, you're not going to be seeing Pekka run into 3 players and get 2 kills, fall down. It's just not going to be happening against a team with a bit more experience at the high level. But when they come into this game against Level Esports, they expect to win, and that's why we see this confidence running through Pekka, running through Motep and Hoobie, who just play so well as a team, but sometimes that individual brilliance with a couple of negative trades doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna lie, I want to see Pekka run into Space Station and get 2 kills now, just because you said that.
And listen, I hope so too. Because watching that Bounty game against Space Station would be spectacular.
That would be a lot of fun, but we've got a lot of fun in front of us with open business as well here. Hot zone, all about area control. Got to be king of this hill. And everybody competing for the crown this time around. Bans coming through. No Lou, no Colette, no Poco. Haven't seen many Poco bans this weekend, but certainly has a space here. Stu, Meg, and Barry also banned out. We saw flashes of Barry throughout the weekend. Not overwhelming, but definitely has his strengths. Gale, on the other hand, want to talk about a brawler that has rocketed up in the meta from the beginning of this year to now. We're looking at the senior citizen.
I mean, everybody expected that Hypercharge to be really underwhelming, and to be honest, it doesn't seem incredible, right? But it's made some incredible plays. Yesterday over in EMEA, we saw a huge turnaround in Gem Grab, which was just absolutely incredible from Gale, and kind of the first signs that it actually does have a place still. It's a great control brawler, Chester rolling in, and that's been another brawler who's just catapulted to the forefront of the meta as of recent. So nice to see Level Esports picking that up, and they're going to go with the RT again. I don't think we mentioned that yet. I don't know how I feel about that on this map. There's not that much opportunity to use the range, and the majority of the time when you're in that tank form, you're kind of, you know, leaving yourself in a bit of a tough situation, and especially against someone like a Frank, who's going to be able to tank so many of those shots.
I think the Frank is a great selection because, you know, anytime you've got a single hot zone map, you are RT, I think. I'm always a little too timid to go with him, but I get the idea, right? You got the two Jackies, right? I get it. But Frank is one of the brawlers that is going to, can I say, counter that nonsense? And so I like the Frank selection, and then following that up with a Barley, so you've got big space control by way of the entire composition of Foot. Gale's gonna push you, Frank's gonna stun you, and then Barley's just gonna serve it up. So I love this draft from Foot Esports. Looking at the LNL, the Chester, and the RT, I don't like Levels draft as much, but I don't think it's nonsense. So we'll see how it works out into this Foot comp, but I have a feeling, Trav, that once Foot sort of set up base, it's going to be really difficult to fight into it.
Yeah, I mean, they set up base pretty early with a couple of good kills and a 25% lead, so they'll be pretty happy with that. Todd just trying to come back into the mid, and that wall break is definitely going to help him. They're sending Pekka over to this thrower side now. Gadget back, does get the kill, but gets traded out. And if they keep on trading like that, they're going to be fine, because they've got a 45% lead now. It does keep on ticking up, but eventually Todd's going to be able to step on, use that hack gadget to be able to get a kill. And a Lori thrown down in the back. Pekka's going to be moving forward with the hypercharge, and really get nothing from it. Actually, I thought he was going to catch Larry and Lori there, but a little bit of wall break over that right-hand side. They're going to be pretty happy with that, considering Lucas might have to rotate to the left for this 1v1 matchup now.
Pekka here, 15k HP, still not enough to be able to walk into all three by his lonesome. And so Level Esports now with mid control, still looking up at 51% from Foot. But look at that, Barley just causes a big pause in the middle. Everybody is to scatter, but Foot don't take advantage. Lucas on the left side deals with the big Frank. Weepy on the right deals with Pekka. And then Motep in some trouble. Excuse me, it was Hubi on the right. But either way, Foot no longer have the lead, and if Hubi falls down here, Level should be able to continue, and he does. And so now stepping forward here, 3-over-2. Level Esports have a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, well, a brilliant comeback from Level here, but Foot Esports seems to be stepping back into it again. Hubi's just going for the jump pad straight to the mid, and Pekka surviving a lot longer than he has been. Super thrown out by Weepy, not going to find the connection onto Pekka, who's getting some nice heals along the way. Hypercharge from Motep now throws it down, gets a big splash through, and Todd's low, Weepy's low. They need to keep on contesting this zone, but Hubi coming in huge for Foot Esports. So many jukes in the super off too. He cleans up all of Level, and Foot are going to take it.
Oh, that was the play. And again, how many... Gale is that boy. Gale just keeps coming through in the clutch. So many tools, and he absolutely goes to work here for Foot, making this one happen. You know, it was exciting watching Level kind of come in here and make their counter punch, Trav, but they weren't able to stick their heels in the mud. What went awry?
I just feel like they had the control. They could have probably kept it, but there was just a few jukes in there, literally, you know, millimeters on the map where Pekka was just able to evade some shots and heal up and stay in the mixer a lot longer than he probably should have done. I'm going to see a pretty comparable start here from Foot Esports into that last game. A really solid start, and the walls do remain as well. Pekka with some good control, the heals following through as well. But a Lori thrown down on the left-hand side, that's going to take a lot of the fire from Motep. But Hubi still ticking up on the zone.
Just now, Level stepping forward and getting some points on the board. That jump pad working out here. Hubi and Pekka combine to take down Todd. Even though they wind up getting traded, it's still about buckets. Almost 50% done here for Foot, while Level has just now hit double digits. And again, Gale just pushing players off the point time and time again. And it looks like Food have this conveyor belt of brawlers. Yeah, they're dying, but they're dying at the right time. There's always somebody else to play defense. This is the first time that Level's able to crack this egg.
Yeah, that respawn cycle was going really well. Pekka coming in now, a hypercharge there too. Should be able to catch at least one of them here. Todd goes in, big smash down from Pekka. Huge hypercharge from him. Heals coming through, but it still does fall as Jesse gets a nice 5-piece shot across onto them. But the lead might be a little bit too much for Level to manage here, as Lucas not finding the connections onto Pekka. He's just going to be able to walk forward, deal with Weepy quickly, turn his focus to Lucas, and Hubi will help out through the mid. Foot Esports tick up to 100 and take set number 2.
Well played here, well played again, and you know, I am always the guy to celebrate the support staff. Roll coming on through. This was coach stuff. You know, of course, players take part in the draft, but really what I'm pointing at is the draft. I think the draft coming on through is so much point control, so much utility on the side of Foot that Level Up, I mean, they had moments, but they just didn't have the amount of options that Foot brought to the table at their draft.
I mean, they had a lot of good play in that first game. They started really poorly, and then they clawed it back so well. And it literally is just, you know, a few shots where they should be getting kills that weren't connecting, and just allowing those guys to heal up and stay in the mid for a lot longer than they probably should have done. Second game really wasn't comparable. Level couldn't really keep up with what Foot were bringing to the table in that second game, and it did drop off quite heavily for them. And Foot Esports just kept that, as you mentioned, respawn cycle continuously coming through, just never ending, and they can't break that.
Exciting to see our third set, because honestly, like we've seen flashes of brilliance coming out from Level Up, and you know, Level Esports, excuse me, and you know, I want to be respectful, but I also want to call a shovel here. You know, Foot, they are expected to kind of 2-0 here. This is what I call a clock in, clock out type matchup. It's a litmus test. They really shouldn't wind up losing anything here to a squad that has not been to a monthly finals in the calendar year of 2024. But, you know, like you mentioned, Level have some experience in the league last year. They've been around. And so for Level, this is really just trying to come out, not get completely stepped over. And to be honest with you, I think they're showing us a little bit of why they were on so many teams last year, and the fact that they can still hang, I think, is kind of fun.
Yeah, it is really nice to see. You know, they're not being completely blown away by Foot Esports. They are putting up a bit of a fight, but I think it's clear to see who the best.
Well, they were. Well, Gale kind of.
Yeah,
blew them away.
As soon as I said it, I thought that. I was waiting for you to pick it up, and I was like, okay, maybe didn't catch it. This time it was actually an accident to say that, but considering Motep didn't actually get a kill and they still managed to win, I'm not saying his DPS isn't great, but I think it just goes to show how good that respawn cycle was and how well they played as a team to be able to get it done.
Yeah, last point before we shift our focus onto Gem Grab. You know, when I look at characters like Barley, he doesn't necessarily need to get the kills. Remember, he tosses out a super, it covers the entire hot zone, and it forces the entire team off. That's the intangible, the X factor, the je ne sais quoi, right? The stuff that doesn't hit the scoreboard. That's where Barley makes his gems. So, moving on here, double swoosh, P's and B's coming on through. Crow, Sandy, Meg banned out by our second pick. First pick team bans out Meg, Crow, and Stu. So only a couple of bans here. And the first selection for Level is going to be Gale. And I like that choice.
I mean, this is the map where he first kind of proved a point to us yesterday. Got the double kill, flipped the gems over to his side. And it's exciting to see him back again. Here's Amber, something that I mentioned yesterday through AMA and wasn't actually picked up. Great for burning down some of this bush. Should be a pretty decent matchup against the Gale to be able to evade a few of the shots, get some burn down, and let's just get rid of the bushes and allow other brawlers that they'll probably be selecting to thrive.
Gene going to be picked here by Foot as well. So a little bit of control Honestly, Amber has control as well, but she just brings so much damage as well in the right hands. And this team has played Amber very, very well this year. So across the way, they'll have to deal with some Jessie. And to round out this composition, Jessie and Gale, who are you looking for here?
I actually don't know, really.
Because Jesse's going to sweep the Jesse's going to find the players in the grass, and so Buster comes through. Do you like that call?
I mean, I wasn't expecting a tank, to be honest, just because of the Amber. Going to be able to burn down so many of the bushes and kind of just leave him open to be seen. But I don't mind it. A Buster's always going to be pretty solid. And they're going to roll in with the Colette. Needed a bit of an answer to the Buster, to the tank that they obviously don't have themselves. So I don't mind it from either side, really. I think we've got two very solid compositions here. And obviously, if the Jessie's at huge risk of being pulled, going to be able to drop a super down in front of it if she has it. But definitely going to be at risk of the Gene pull, if not.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Buster either. I thought we'd see some long-range damage. But I find it hard to criticize a Buster selection almost ever. Montage and slow-mo replay are just some of the better buttons in the game, to be completely honest with you. And so Foot starts us off grabbing the gems on their side. The level Esports, okay, a little bit of a lead here. Mid-control going to Foot. Nice kill there from Motep. And that really opens the door here to start things off on a positive note for our blue team. Reminder, if Foot go ahead and make semifinals, they're one step closer. This is a team that needs to win it all in order to make Worlds. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, I mean, it's going very well for Foot at the moment. They've picked up near enough every single gem off their side and their opponent's side. Todd now sliding through, going to be taken down and leaves up an open grab for Motep, but he's just choosing not to go for them. Doesn't really want to risk being killed by Weepy there. Pekka's going to come in now. Super as well as the Gotcha Gadget, cleaning it up nicely. And Foot just feel like they're just chilling.
Just vibing. Nothing really. Unfortunately, not really a threat here from Level. Foot, again, this is a team trying to go to the World Championship. This is a team that I think has leveled up every single time they've taken the field. Every single time. Go ahead, pull it up on Liquipedia and just look at Mini Pekka's, now Foot Esports' transition through the season. Every single time they come out here, Trav, they wind up looking a little bit better. They wind up placing better. And so this is a team that they don't play around. They look for the countdown, and that's how they go for it.
Yeah, well, that's from Motep here. Does use the hypercharge just to retreat. Hubie just going to throw down a little bit of fire on that left-hand side, stop Todd from coming through, but they are in a good position to get a reset here, especially with Buster in this position and Pekka going down. 7 seconds still on the clock. That should come with the slow, but the slow actually misses. 3 seconds now, but he's still burning. Pekka might be able to get these gems back to the side, and really well-positioned Hubie, but he's just bringing it. Oh, I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but he brought them back to Motep so beautifully there. But the hypercharge turret is stopping him from starting this countdown again, but a more comfortable Foot Esports now, as Level Esports have to start again for the reset.
Oh man, Level there just finds themselves on their opponent, just in their opponent's house, but they can't leave. Panic, absolute panic for the Level boys. Weepy here in the corner finds the wrong target. It's Motep with the 11, and it's Foot that's one game away from semis.
Really nice stuff there from Foot. Even when they were under pressure, it kind of seemed like they just didn't really mind too much. It is really nice stuff from them, and I'm not sure if that kind of was a push from the left to the right with the Colette just to drop the gems straight in the gem carrier's hands again, or it was just a bit of an accident, but I really liked how they played that out. So really nice stuff there from Foot Esports, and only need one more of those and they're heading to the semis.
Different positioning this time around from Level. Showing more presence on the right side instead of just looking for that mid where they lost the fight versus Motep's Gene. So unfortunately for them and their fans, pretty much the same result. This time around though, they push forward, they wind up getting Hubie. What can they do with the 3-on-2? Todd falls to Pekka, and that evens things out, unfortunately. Those are the moments, Trav. Once you get that pick, those are the moments that you as a team have to know right then and there what the game plan is. And it looks like Level was trying to figure out, all right, we got one down, where do we go? And you can't ask that question. You got to already know the answer to it. So Level up with a little bit of mid control, but I'm using control a little bit lightly, as Foot seem to be totally comfortable.
Yeah, well, a pretty poorly placed turret there as well from Lucas. You expected to be behind that wall, so they have to step into a more pressured zone to be able to get it down, but that just wasn't the case whatsoever. And a pull available from Motep should be able to hook any one of these and have some more control back, but just getting slowed down now. Oh, the pull comes in onto Lucas. Beautiful from Motep once more. Weepy's going to clean up the right-hand side, though. Pekka does miss his super, so they do have to start again, but it is a 3v2, and this should allow them to get back up the map a little bit more.
8/2. 4 on the floor, though, so it might as well be 8/6. There's a little bit of Gale nonsense from Level, but it's not enough. Amber, all aggressive. Collector on the corner, though, can't make it happen. And so Level, all of a sudden, level out the score. But a big pull from Motep, and I think that might be the beginning of the end. Motep with the pull. That's a high-impact play.
I mean, just gorgeous from FUT Esports all round. It's been so lovely. When they're on the back lines, they're still thriving. But Motep doesn't need to survive here. 3 seconds still on the clock. Weepy's going to go down, and that's going to deplete all of the attempts from Level Esports. FUT Esports win it, and they're heading to the semifinals.
Again, clock in, clock out type gameplay. This is what they need to do. I wouldn't have been what's the word, disappointed if FUT drop a game, but this is, like I said, if I'm coaching them, this is what you need to do, boys. Like, this is exactly it. No disrespect to Level. This is a squad FUT that has just leveled up completely every single time. They're trying to get to Worlds this time around. You can't really drop any games here, and they didn't. So I think FUT came out and did exactly what they planned out to do, but also what they needed to do, and I think everybody's happy on the side of the blue team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't be. If they are going to the semi-finals, they're going to be moving further and further towards those World Finals qualifications. Still a long road ahead of them, but they've got a good start to exactly what they needed to do. Just need to outperform Space Station this month, and they will be heading directly to Worlds. So FUT Esports definitely on top of the world right now, and Level Esports sadly going to be dropping out in the quarterfinals. Hopefully we'll be seeing them back next year. Through 2025 in the Brawl Stars Championship, because that is going to be the end of their run through 2024. A big performance from Pekka once again, and if he's not the MVP, I question what's going on.
I mean, he's just that boy. Like, he really, Pekka, before this team got picked up by a proper organization, and they were called mini Pekkas, which, yeah, it's about Pekka, right? Like, this is the guy coming on through, over 400 DPS, and as voted by y'all at event.brawlstars.com, Pekka comes on through and grabs the MVP. So everybody agreeing with you here, Trav, that Pekka's the guy.
I mean, I don't think anybody's really surprised about that, to be honest with you. All of his performances were just absolutely phenomenal throughout those 3 sets. Generally, he was the MVP in every single one of them, not like he just had one standout play. He was the guy getting the kills. He was the guy, through Bounty, getting so many stars on that Grey, and also in that last set as well, just playing so well.
This is a fun one. Clean and quick. In and out. Well, we still have another one in front of us. And, of course, going to catch up on all that stuff on the B stream as well. Space Station Gaming, iWorlds in front of us. The quarterfinals continue here on the BSC.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, the curse not broken there for Level this time around. Things going the way of FUT. Welcome back, Ark. Real quick, before we shift gears, give me your feelings on that quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the way I felt it would go. I mean, there's certainly not the cleanest on the side of FUT Esports. A couple of mistakes here and there, but they're just getting warmed up at the end of the day. Over on the B stream, we've still got things going on between Radio PL and Moekos. Been watching that one go down. A few mistakes. I mean, Tufa did a backwards super with Lily, and it was going to nowhere in the first set of Heartbroken Mine. And then later on in I think it was Safe Zone or Kabim Canyon, they struggled a bit. They had the Chuck on their side, but they were countered by the Charlie, as well as the Cole, and some good countermeasures with Colette also. So some good drafting come out on the side of Moekos, but they're currently battling this out in knockout, and it is quite intense, of course, because Moekos can potentially get an LCQ spot. They've got to go all the way, but nonetheless, I mean, Radio PL are the first one that's standing in their way. And of course, Space Station Gaming up next against iWorlds. I mean, that's going to be a banger as well, because Space Station are obviously wanting to just match as much as possible for esports and make those grand finals where it would be a playoff to see who's going to get that world ticket.
Listen, man, I'm covering my ears. Tufa can do no wrong. I like that guy. I like that guy. He's been around for so long, and I value legacy. But if you want to talk about legacy, I mean, it's hard to overstate the legacy of these guys in this region. Kyle Dog, Firecrow, and Adinho. I have gone on record before and said that Kyle Dog is the most impressive player in South America, full stop. I think that these days we've got a very competitive roster of players in this region, but I still feel like Kyle Dog is towards the top. You can't give him Stu, Trav, and the rest of the team, Firecrow and Adinho, just as talented.
That's the thing, it's three players with individual brilliance on this team, so they play well as a three, but when one of them needs to pop off, they will do just that to win it for their team. So you've got to be extremely wary about every single one of these players, and how close was that match there as well. And look at their faces. They like to put on a show for the camera as well, but Space Station have been just so good off the start of the year, but they've wavered recently. Well, maybe not wavered, but for Esports have been the ones winning the monthly finals, and it's something that they need to really prepare for today.
That's the thing, is I think it really is about a shift in the bigger picture for the region. iWorlds, certainly a picture here in our quarterfinals. We've got Nubis, we've got Wesley, and we've got Golden coming on through. Arc, your turn. Break them down, the iWorlds guys.
Yeah, a bit of a tough start to the season for sure. Haven't made the first 3 monthly finals of the year in March, April, and May, so definitely a tough one. I'm not sure they actually tried to qualify in April and May, though. Certainly in March, they lost to Space Station and Team Kesso, respectively, in those quarterfinals, in those qualifying stages. But recently, going for the lower bracket has been kind of what they've been doing, and losing to Space Station Gaming last month in the quarterfinal stages to a 1-3 scoreline. You know, they haven't really made their mark on the monthly finals, it's safe to say, and definitely too late to have any contention for LCQ or Wells. They're in 13th place with 61 points. It's been a bit of a struggle this year for them so far, but nonetheless gaining some experience, getting a little bit of money along the way. Can't be a bad thing, but Space Station certainly is their mountain to climb.
I'm sorry to laugh in the middle of your very valuable take, by the way. It was Golden, and how we saw the previous picture of him in the black bucket hat, and then it flashes forward to live, and he's in the red bucket hat.
The same thing. I was thinking the same thing. I was just waiting for my turn to speak. I was like, crazy. This guy's got matching bucket hat to every matching t-shirt. And
the microphone. Look at that. You know, and I want to shout out our admins. I'm almost positive this is not impacted whatsoever. They put him on the red side. It's absolutely not a part of the show, but it does look fun. Golden coming on through, certainly bringing the swag, man. Bucket hats. You know it's hot out when people are wearing bucket hats. That is the showtime of the summer. We're gonna jump into a hot match up here. I think this is probably expected to be similar to what we just saw with Foot. Space Station Gaming expected to kind of come through and wind up on the top side here. So that's the expectation, but the reality of it might be a little bit different. Trav, last hits before we leave you and say goodbye. Your take on this matchup.
I mean, my take of the matchup is exactly the same as the community's take. 90% to 10. I think that's probably about right in terms of chances of winning. That's all I'll say.
All right. Well, we'll see how it all works out. Arc, first hits on this one. You feeling the same?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to realistically give too much more over to iWorlds at this stage. I mean, just based upon their performances prior to it. You've got to remember as well that Space Station Gaming have always exclusively qualified through the upper bracket. I mean, that's like, you know, the only team in this region that's been able to do so. I think it's going to be a really tough ask for iWorlds today. Not to rule them out by any means. You know, we don't know how this is going to go by any standards, but you know, historically, I think it's kind of a bit of a reflection upon what we've seen in terms of the skill sets comparison.
A little bit of an update on the B stream, by the way. Marawekas were trailing 2-0, but have gotten 2 in response. So they're headed over to that 5th set, and that's going to be an important one because Marawekas, in order to get the LCQ, they have to win the grand finals, which might be a tall task, but all eyes on the implications for sure. Angelo, first pick overall here. 82% ban rate, doesn't get banned this time around, and iWorlds nab him up.
Yeah, Angela, of course, such a big threat realistically there, and you can see why with the 82% ban rate. Lily, though, definitely still open. Kit banned out for good reason. I mean, certainly knockout, you don't want to be leaving Kit on the map at all, and I think that's kind of wise. Meg being a high priority, we see that a lot in other regions as well, being picked. So I like the way that South America are getting rid of it. Brock, the second pick. I mean, it's certainly not a bad roller for this particular map. Just kind of wasn't necessarily expecting it to be prioritized at this stage, but it's always a good safe pair of hands.
Brock is a brawler that I feel like we haven't seen lately, but if you take a look at the stats, he's still in the high pick percentage because of how much he's been selected historically. Another sharpshooter to go alongside Angelo. And what I wanted to ask was, Space Station banned out the Mandy as Pearl is going to round out the two long-range shooters. Do you think the Mandy ban is worth it over the Angelo ban?
I would say so. I think in this region specifically as well, like Mandy's got quite a high play rate and good success rate as well. And it's, not sure about the Nanny. The Nanny's been out of the sort of mix for a while now, but it's still not in a bad spot for me. It's just not necessarily up there with the greats, but it's definitely going to be a fantastic counter to Piper. And that's kind of where Space Station Gaming are thinking, and certainly will tear through a Pearl at close range as well. So I think that that's not a bad shout. Probably outranging the Angelo as well, or be thereabouts with it. So don't mind it. It's not going to be a bad brawler to have. It's certainly not a bad draft by any means, but I mean, it's pretty standard stuff realistically across the board. Just no one's really kind of like being too adventurous so far. It's keeping things at range and going to be going from there.
Brock is the interesting choice for me. The default selection would have been Bell. Right now, Brock is the first to fall. Unrelated, I'm sure. But a 2-on-3 is iWorlds has the upper hand here, surprising me and I'm sure a couple of fans at home. At least 10%. So we'll see. Or at least 90%. 10% of fans leaned towards iWorlds. There we go.
Got to remember as well, Space Station Gaming have this tendency, don't they, of losing this first set, and it's not a best of starts. I mean, they did lose the first set to iWorlds last month, and they always seem to have these slow starts, but now, it's 2 versus 1. Now, I was going to say there might have been an opportunity there, trying to make what he can there, but not realistically going to get enough. Was down to Wesley, probably going to be under immense scrutiny, but as the gas closes in, that's what he's realistically waiting for really here now, is trying to whistle things down in the meanwhile. Finds a little tap there. It's going to be quite tough, but RT's not the worst fraud to be able to do this with. The cover is going to be going for him soon. He gets a kill. The Hack's gadget as well. Can he find the tap? He gets this as well. What a turnaround for SSG.
Oh my goodness. Adinho showing up. We told you, folks, how much individual prowess there is on this squad. Firecrow had to take a break. He was so impressed. Just now walking up. And listen, this is why we tell you that the numbers advantage in knockout is a huge deal, but it's not an auto lose. And Adinho bides his time and then strikes like an Onyx and takes down the opposition. Well, man, very cool. Love a good 2v1.
Yeah, fantastic from him, realistically there, because he was in a very tough spot to be able to achieve it, but pulled it off. Great stuff. Left-hand side, Pearl, top golden there, but weak and weary. Forced back, and that's going to provide more positioning power over to SSG as Kydog really continues to contest that left-hand side lane. Some good value from Firecrow as well into the mid. Now Golden comes back with the Overcooked as well, really working its way forwards. That shield working pretty well for him as well. Rocket Rain, but Golden chooses to retreat. On the right-hand side, there is a takedown, and that's a 3 versus 2 in favor of SSG.
2-0. SSG go ahead and take the first game. Looked a little rough in the first round, but the second round went a little bit more SSG, I think, coming on through and doing exactly what they were expected to do. So coming into game number 2 here, big changes for their opposition. I'm looking at iWorlds. I think round number 1, you just got to play better, as dumb as that sounds. But looking at round number 2, I mean, if you're Coach Ark here, what are you telling iWorlds to do better?
Well, it's a tough one because, I mean, Cardinals used 3 rocket fuels already to break open that left-hand side, the middle, and also that bit of bush was like quite a key area, realistically, to see the crossover. So, I mean, it's a great start. Great, though, gadget on return from Nubis there. And now, again, Adinho all alone. What can he do in this situation? He's got 1, but there is the taps. They need to do that because we can see already that Adinho is the kind of player which can really take a position where he's against the might of the world and turn it around. So I think that was wise from iWorlds to tap that one up. Good connection there on the peep side of things, but will provide a lot of time to be able to heal up. And yeah, Kylo's just trying to get a tap there, but he's not going to find anything for it. iWorlds too smart to it, but there's definitely some good potential going on here.
Firecrow's Natty, I think, is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Like, that range is really coming in clutch. And catching some players a little bit off guard as well. So I really like this Nani pick. You mentioned she had kind of fallen off a little bit. 48% win rate. Recently, though, a little bit of a different story. Just haven't seen her as much. Sort of smack dab in the middle as far as the brawlers are concerned. But really doing some work here.
Oh, no go. Yeah, taking a lot of taps and then goes down, making it a 3 versus 2. Wesley hasn't really been getting too much value from this Angelo pick, but there's good tap onto Adino, and he might fall for it. He does. The jump back into the gas, though, is not going to be great. And the follow-up shots from Firecrow and Kydog seal it. Few mistakes there from iWorlds. That could have been a round.
Just a little bit of mechanical oops. That's the official term, in all honesty. Just a little bit of oops coming out from iWorlds. Let's try that again without the oops. Firecrow here in the mid lane, working up against both Nubis and Wesley. That range really trying to keep Angelo specifically at bay, but both sharpshooters, essentially, Nani is trying to deal with here and doing a good job of it. It's going to force the Piper to the left side, and Golden going to shove up in this mid and immediately gets smacked in the mouth, brought to half HP.
Yeah, another great peep connection there, and the map is just so much the Space Station Gaming's advantage now with every crossover open, the walls and the bush, and it's a great hypercharge from Kydog, sealing it there onto Golden, making it that 3 versus 2, and Wesley low as well, going to be getting the heals though. Meanwhile, back of the super, but finds a great tap onto Firecrow, and another one from Nubis exactly the same time as well. It's Kydog in a 1 versus 2 scenario here, finds one hypercharge from Nubis coming in and keeping Kydog low. I don't think Kydog can do it, and he doesn't. What's a game there from iWorlds, just bringing things back around. It was very close towards the end, but they managed to be able to maintain their composure.
Got a little bit of a contest here. I think it all comes down to Wesley's snipes, making those long-range shots land with that Angelo. I mean, he's certainly taxing the opposition and doing a great job at it. The Angelo is kind of keeping iWorlds in it.
Well, we found Firecrow immediately as well, and that's going to keep him low. And that could force the positioning over to iWorlds here. Kydog doing some good work into the middle into Golden, finds another connection there onto Nubis. Now everyone's healed up. There's the rocket fuel from Firecrow, gets the cover, gets the bush as well in a wonderful way. It's about the best rocket fuel you can really hope to have on this map in that area. So good start. Golden just trying to keep positioning control over that mid, but there's a lovely homemade recipe there from Nubis. Just finds the around the corner, and now SSG in a really tough spot.
This aggression from iWorlds is a double-edged blade, though. This is just as much trouble as it could be truth. And iWorlds realize that, and they back off. And I like this choice. I think in that moment, you need to walk forward and maybe go for it. But if you don't pick up right then and there, you gotta bail. We've seen teams get punished for hanging around, and iWorlds doesn't do that. Gas creeping in here. Golden waiting in that poison on the left side and just dying for it. Adino barely alive, but he's still alive. All 3 players standing for SSG, and in the last moment winds up sticking around.
An early break there for iWorlds. I don't necessarily mind it, but it's going to be obviously breaking a lot of the bush along the way. Nice connection there from the PP yet again onto iWorlds. Going to be keeping them forced back. Hypercharge available to Kydog. Probably use on this left-hand side. Yeah, here goes just to get some of this bush down in that cover. And the meanwhile, Golden just really pinched it into a rock and a hard place, and Firecrow comes in for the tap as well. 3 versus 2 now. A really, really tough position for iWorlds to really be able to get themselves out of this one. You can really feel it on the Piper as well. Wesley doing his best, but they really are in a tight spot. The gas as well can't be far away.
And just stuck here in the corner, shoved in a locker. Wesley just barely missing onto Kydog. Does find it eventually, but a little bit too little too late. Space Station Gaming take the round, the set, the game. They take him down, man. SSG 2-0 as far as sets are concerned. Feeling good about this one for sure. And I mean, man, Wesley had some moments. I saw that Angelo working out here, but really, I mean, you questioned the Nani, and I also was just, it's been a while. I think the Nani did a lot of work there. That range came through.
Yeah, certainly with the Peep recycling things through, I think that works fantastically well. But it can also be that kind of brawler which can help with the wall break in the middle. If the Brock wants to really focus a lot of the rocket fuel gadgets onto various other areas of the map, it can kind of just use the Peep straight into the wall and open things up as well. So it gives you the best of both realistically there. But you know, it's great counter to Piper, great range to have as well for the Angelo, and just kind of it worked decently well. I think when you can see the kind of big picture there as well, things opening up. This is great. That beginning part for Adino really helping his teammates out. It was a slow start though for SSG, and not the cleanest necessarily of rounds. There was a couple of mistakes there from iWorlds. That could have been a potential round prize at that moment as well. Just the Angelo jump, just overdoing it into the gas there. But not to say that iWorlds couldn't have really won this set even. There was some great taps along the way, but certainly for the most part, SSG seemed to have a better sense of control.
A better sense of communication as well here. You know, I pointed out that we saw some of those shots land from Wesley and Nubis. You know, 5 takedowns, not so bad himself. But really what I saw was iWorlds were 3 players playing decently, landing some shots. Space Station Gaming, the team shooting, just their target prioritization. You saw them just kind of playing around, looking for the neutral, and then as soon as somebody got threatened, all the players targeted them. We saw time and time again, Firecrow and Kyle Dog, Firecrow and Adino just squatting up to take somebody down. Somebody randomly got shot. That's who we're looking at. And that sort of attention and communication, you could see it on the field. Winds up being 10 kills for Firecrow's Nani. A big deal, but I think this was a team win.
Yeah, it has to always be a team win. I mean, Dino and that really tough spot at the beginning, you know, pulling his weight, Firecrow with the 10 takedowns as well, and a lot of DPS on the side of Space Station Gaming. It can't be denied there as well. And yeah, certainly, you know, the draft was, I think, pretty straightforward for the most part. And I think some good decision making there as well, just keeping things safe, not going with anything too crazy. I think the Brock pick worked out really well against the Pearl. For the most part, that lane side was being kept nicely throughout. And I think the wall break, I think on that particular map, Brock is actually really, for me, considered to be quite high up on that list of priorities as well.
Yeah, I certainly saw it afterwards. You know, I questioned Brock in the draft. Usually we see other brawlers sort of show up and he's a little bit lower on that pick rate, but that wall break coming on through, certainly I see the vision, like a line between 2 dots. Brawl Ball. Pinball Dreams. This is where we're headed this time around. So much different feel as we jump into Brawl Ball for sure. We've seen a lot region agnostic, meaning like across all regions, we've largely seen the Gale show up and be a big part of Brawl Ball specifically. Frank has kind of shown up here and there, and so Frank's going to get a ban. Gale's going to get banned by both sides. A Kit, a Meg, and a Stu as well, leaving first pick for Space Station Gaming, and it's going to be the Max. So I like this pick. Ambiguous. You can pair anything with Max.
Yeah, I like it for the same reasons as well. I think that that's not a bad shout to start things off. I think that Lily's been a bit underplayed recently. We saw it a little bit earlier on the B stream with the previous match in Hard Rock Mine. Rika going to come in. I like the fact that Rika's now got a bit more of a place in the meta. It's a fantastic brawler to see really pop off, and this is a great map for it, no doubt about that. High up on the ban list as well for that same reason. And the hypercharge is devastating on this particular brawler, so there's the Lily. Okay, nice. I'm glad to see it. I think it's a great brawler for this particular map, and certainly against some of the squidgier brawlers, but now Space Station Gaming can avoid that with a follow-up draft here as well. Banning out the Gale and the Frank as well. Don't want to be running into anything like that. Control seems to be their flavor of the day, bringing in the Larry and Laurie. One of his best maps as well, in my opinion, so I think I like the way this is faring. Some range wouldn't go amiss, though the Max can take that mid-roll, but Surge, fantastic. Such a great thing to have in this kind of tanky mess that we have. So it's just deterrence that from the side of iWorlds. They want to bring in some tanks. It's going to feed a great deal over that Surge.
Well, Barley will be the selection here in a round out for iWorlds. Yeah, you know, I really, the Lily pick, I thought was a little early because their opponent can just respond by going tanky, but that is not what SSG decided to do. Lily doesn't decide to do much of anything there as she's taken down almost instantly. iWorlds looking for this mid control and being denied very quickly. Max Super gonna launch. Firecrow just walking towards Nubis. Thrower v thrower, and it's Larry that winds up winning it. Defensive Wesley. Adino waits it on out, dashes forward, can't make the play. So the respawns come in, the goal scoring opportunity denied.
Right, Steph from Firecrest staying alive as well, but you can see the frustration. He couldn't do much about that scenario there. Golden stays alive in the back of there as well, and the last call's going to be a really tough one there for Kydog. Potential pass through. Wesley's just trying to consider maybe using Super now to just clear some space, but wants the respawns to come in first, and I think that's wise whilst Nubis can get some value there as the Barley, but some great shots. Kydog there with a fantastic defense, opening up some space for SSG to be able to bring this ball back in now, and yeah, that's a good, solid defense. Great hypercharge value from Wesley. Oh, a return shot comes back off the wall and then picks out a member of SSG there as well. So it's now in a good spot. If I grow, Golden coming in, it's a really nice play from him. Just deflates that whole push realistically there, allowing his teammates now to push the ball forwards.
Classic assassin play coming out here from Golden. You gotta just be, honestly, if you're a Lily player, your goal is to be annoying. You don't want to be seen until you take down the opposition, just like Kydog suffered. So ball still mid, just under a minute to go. Adinho has it, but not sure how much control. The surge kill will be good, and this opens the door. Barley's here to play defense, and Kydog can die, but he takes the shot, and it's good. One above none, 40 on the clock.
I was a bit worried with that. There was a little bit of a hesitation around the wall, and it could be costly. Nice vanish gadget there from Golden as well, just deflating what Kydog was going to bring, but the momentum very much still here with SSG. There's another takedown going to be potentially down to Wesley. Stays alive. Kydog as well, though, staying alive himself. Firecrow can't say the same on that right-hand side. Some trades back and forth. It's still at 2 versus 2 now, and the hypercharge is available. So he didn't even waiting to save on it as well. I didn't mind it. There's a shot on goal off the line by Wesley. That was so close. Not done yet. That was a valuable suit from Wesley to be able to deflate it, because oh my word, that was close. But with no time realistically on the clock to bring the ball back down, it's going to go the way of Space Station.
Oh man, I was right there with you. Would have loved to see that second goal, but SSG aren't sweating whatsoever. Same result if you win with 1 goal or 2. So Space Station feeling good about Brawl Ball here. Just cleaning on up, man.
SSG just looking that a little bit more composed for me. iWorlds getting some good moments, no doubt about it, but not really being able to make many opportunities from it. Vanish gear, the gadget as well again, there onto Kydog, but Kydog was ready for it. And the gadget pop himself, and there's a cleanup there. Firecrow might be able to get this angle here as well, with the shots being able to... Oh, Golden Boy comes in at just the nick of time there, though. I was going to say, there's Larry and Laurie's shots are so deadly in that scenario, in that position, but going to stay alive with the Vanish gear, going in the aggressive. Going to come out and fires the tap immediately. Nice there from Golden, but misses the super. These mistakes you see, there's some nice plays, but they're just kind of being contrasted by some very simple mistakes that shouldn't really be happening.
Just a little bit more of that mechanical zhuzh needed for sure. At the moment, ball cornered on iWorlds' side of the map. Respawn come through, so it's a full 3-on-3. Kydog half HP, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Golden searching, finding nothing good. Here comes Surge over the top, nails Wesley. No. A bad pass from Firecrow, but it's not good enough. I thought we still might see the goal despite the miss, but that bad pass might come back to bite Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, certainly a sign of confidence that you can say that, if nothing else. But that was a goal that should have been in, and it was a terrible pass. I mean, you can't really mess that up, but somehow they managed to do it. It would have been a lovely bit of flair for the goal, but yeah, that's a bit of a miss. I mean, when you've got nothing on the board, you can't really afford to make mistakes like that. Hypercharge there for the Barley, base shift out from Adino to be able to deflate it, and didn't really kind of do much more than that realistically there. Golden now really struggling against this Surge because Kydog's playing it fantastically well. I think he might have some decent stats by the end of this game.
Yeah, the Surge, great on this map. Great, I mean, a strong brawler in general. Kydog certainly making use of him. Gas means go. Golden in some trouble as Kydog shows up, stomps on his head, just misses actually. Still able to find the kill despite all that. Now the 2-on-1, Wesley going crazy. Throwing a party and kicking everyone out. Fantastic defense from the Rico play, throwing out the super at the right time. Now we're counting down to OT.
I mean, over time as well, I mean, Lily can have a good time of things, but the Barley will be less, but as will the Larry and Laurie, so it's not the end of the world. But I do still favour SSG's chances. Keeping the ball here is a really good position for it as well. Continuing with the additional speed from the hypercharge, pass through though, and it's taken down off the line. I mean, iWorlds can bring this forwards, maybe put it into the corner. Just don't pass it to SSG, whatever you do.
I think that was their best opportunity. They, meaning SSG. Ball cornered here, so Space Station have to fight into it. Down goes one defender, down goes a second, and all three. Couple of spins, and that brings us to our second game and our second set in the pocket for Space Station Gaming. We'll move on to set number 3, and SSG also feeling confident here.
Yeah, certainly confidence is key, isn't it? But I just feel like they should be making it look a little bit cleaner than this. I'm not sure that they're just kind of like having some fun. Certainly in this region, we see that a lot. I would say that across the regions, this is probably the region where people are just the most relaxed when it comes to the game and just kind of enjoying the experience, most importantly. But later on down the lines, that will not be the case. And there will be a team to be able to knuckle down when it matters. But at the moment, playing with their food a little bit, having a bit of fun. But certainly that wasn't the cleanest of games, I would say, from them that I've ever seen before. But the comp was there. The comp was really solid. The draft was fantastically done and put together. And I think that there's some good answers for a lot of what we saw happening. I want to see a bit more from the Barley on the side of iWorlds. Didn't really feel like that was doing overly too much there in terms of value. Certainly Wesley, for me, had a really, really good game. And the Lily play was fantastic as well. But yeah, there was a couple of moments there where I think SSG could have made it look just a little bit more clean.
Yeah, I'm with you on the cleanliness. It's hard for me from this vantage point to really say if they're just, you know, getting iWorlds is a team that made it to our monthly finals. This is a squad that, you know, can perform. I'm not sure Space Station are relaxed or whatnot, but I do know that I much rather see the performance from Foot than I see from Space Station. This is our last monthly finals. This is where you have to put up, I mean, quite literally, SSG need to win grand finals in order to make Worlds and skip an LCQ spot. I don't want to see. No fun allowed. I just need to see you go out there on the server and win. And so here, I think that iWorlds came through and just made a couple of plays here and caught Space Station Gaming sleeping a little bit. I definitely want to see this next set be a little bit cleaner. What they need to do, you gotta come to work here. It's July, boys. Gotta turn up. We got Bounty Shooting Star in front of us. That one's, when we look at Bounty, a little bit more cut and dry arc.
Yeah, I mean, certainly so it's a good chance for control. We saw iWorlds previously in Knockout with some long-range brawlers have certainly a better time with things than they did in Brawl Ball. But I think you raised a really valid point. I think, like, you know, this stage in the competition, today being, you know, the most important day for Space Station Gaming and for Esports, I think that from what we've seen so far between both teams, but Esports have looked that little bit better and just that more composed team, whereas Space Station Gaming making some mistakes against the team, which realistically they should be having just a very simple time with for all, you know, historical tenses and purposes. I mean, they should have made that look cleaner. They were able to get the win regardless, and that's where I think that matters most, you know, at this stage, certainly, just to ensure that they still get those sets going their way. But they are just, yeah, not necessarily right on top of things right now. And I think that when it comes down to it, it's the final monthly final of the year. Their performance today determines whether they will go to Worlds or go to LCQ. I think that you've got to have every single thing about you just expressing the fact that you're deserving of it, and so far that was not the cleanest of sets, but it was just one set. So I think that later on down the lines, they do get the win in the quarterfinals and proceed on through to the semis, and, you know, for them, hopefully those grand finals also, then there can't be any time for error. That's my point, and that's just making just a little bit concerning in the background.
Yeah, I mean, I value practice I value practice and experience so incredibly highly. And anybody that has ever performed or competed on a large stage like this can tell you all the rehearsals in the world, all the scrims. You know, you talk to pros, you talk to esports analysts, and over half of them are going to tell you scrims, they don't mean nothing. But realistically, this is your experience. There's nothing like playing on the monthly final stage. So you got to take advantage of these moments when you can. Jumping into set in just a little bit, and I told you to be a little bit. Bounty Shooting Star in front of us. And so we're going to jump into this one. Pretty standard. See a lot of long-range brawlers. Right now, though, excuse me, no picks and bans here. I've got the draft. We'll walk you through it. We'll bring that back in just a little bit. So we take a look. The bans are going to be Max, Angelo, and Mandy from Space Station Gaming. And then Gene, Kit, and Nani from iWorlds. So some long-range stuff out of the Angelo, Mandy, and Nani bands. And then Max, Kit, and Gene being heavy utility bands. So certainly a strong look there. First pick overall went to Piper. And then Space Station responded with the Tick and the RT. So some long-range stuff, Arc, and also the Tick to sort of add that mid-control.
Yeah, Kit ban, it's not a bad ban, but I mean, it's kind of a bit more of that kind of comp where you're looking to see what it's going to be combined with, and kind of stuck in the middle there can be a bit of a hazard, a bit of a problem to deal with. But I'm not sure that it was necessarily up there with the bans for me, but nonetheless, we're seeing as well iWorlds picking Piper, which certainly is my flavor for sure. SSG coming with Tick and RT, Tick of course being that kind of mid brawler, which can really be a problem for your counterpart in the opposite side of the field. So we're seeing a lot more rise up of Tick recently as well, which is quite interesting to see. RT, of course, being a really solid pick. I was coming in there with Grom, which certainly this is the map for Grom. Just haven't seen it for a very, very long time. Has somewhat of a place sometimes in Knockout as well, but certainly I can understand it in that mid kind of realm against the Tick, but I certainly kind of preferred the Tick pick for me. The Bell, never going to be a bad brawler to have at all, and they're going to actually be doubling down there with the Sprout inside of SSG, so double thrower for SSG, quite a risk.
Yeah, the Grom selection is certainly a little strange. Basically, I remember when Grom was picked often, semi-often, and then he disappeared. And I asked a couple of pros what happened to Grom, and honestly, overwhelmingly, the response was, I don't know, his stuff is easy to dodge. After you play against him a bunch, you just learn how to dodge his shot. And so, a resurgence for the big boy Abs. At the moment, though, slow and steady. 2 above 1. iWorlds in the lead. It is that Grom that wound up getting the first takedown of the contest. So certainly something we're looking at there. But Firecrow has the super available and is starting to get aggressive to go ahead and place those legs, perhaps. But it's Wesley again that finds a kill. 4 stars, make it 6, as Firecrow gets punished for his aggression here by the Piper.
Some great shots and some fantastic walls there from Kyodog, but they really should have secured the kill onto that Piper play by Nubis there, and they didn't, and they're still behind. They've just got that first star to show for it, and I mean, that was already handed over now to iWorlds, who've got a 7-star lead now. So not to say that they can't turn this around. There's a lot of stars on the other side of the field to be able to do so, but it's just winning out of control. There's 8 already, though, handed over. Nubis might go down here, stays alive just about. That Sprout shot was very close though, and that could have been a disastrous thing to happen. But nonetheless, SSG making it count. Not much time now to turn things around. The stars are there. They've got to find Nubis.
That right there is why I love this game mode. Kyodog almost brings it back, but winds up falling in the process. Now, Space Station have an opportunity. 6 seconds on the clock, but a kill from Nubis makes it good. 15 in the pocket for iWorlds, and at the last second, nothing's coming through for SSG. And so iWorlds on top with that bucket hat. They got a game in their bucket hat.
Yeah, I just don't know about this double thrower. You know, I'm not overly convinced. I mean, Sprout, certainly a fantastic brawler to have on this map when you can see the draft, and that was the final pick, so I understand it. But the sort of committed too early with the Tick, I think, for me. That's the only thing. I mean, the Angelo ban was, you know, definitely needed. I think that would have been my go-to kind of idea. But I mean, there's plenty of others. I mean, even Brock's been, I think, better than the Sprout mid. Not to say that Kylo was playing it badly. He's actually probably playing it the best out of anyone on the side of SSG right now. But then meanwhile, it's losing control sometimes, and it's not good to have when you want to go on the aggressive. Now they've got the blue star. If they can just keep control in the mid, they've got to allow then iWorlds to push into them, and that's what they want realistically with double thrower.
Yeah, I like the idea. I think what happened was they picked the Tick because it's excellent in this position, and the Sprout is good on this map. Sometimes you get a little too zoomed into the textbook, you know what I mean? So might have been what went down here for SSG. Either way, new game and a new score. 3 above none here so far for Space Station. Nubis has not been able to find these shots. Neither is the Grom. The Grom was a big deal in game number 1. Wesley consistently finding a bunch of kills with this thrower. As much as we haven't seen him lately. Certainly saw him there.
Yeah, Byron was available. Meg would have been a great brawler to have going into the Piper. There was just a lot of options for SSG, so they definitely seem to want to have this, and it suits this kind of strategy. They lost the early control of that first kill in the previous game, right? So they were always going on the offense, and then things spiraled and escalated. This is now exactly what they want to have with this double strategy, and it's working a lot better. Wesley in a bit of a tight spot on the right-hand side, but not going to be able to do too much more to aggress. Nubis is trying to push his way forwards and up the map. Wesley in a tight spot goes down there to a lovely shot and helping hand there from Medino. But 9 stars now, a different story is going to be said with only 10 seconds. I don't realistically see iWorlds taking this one back.
Yeah, I think this one is just GG go next. Not a single star. Well, okay, there you go. Consolation stars for iWorlds as they find one takedown. But it's certainly not going to be enough to take down Space Station here. So on to the next one. We're going on to game number 3 here. Space Station totally different in game 2. Largely, I think it's iWorlds that was totally different. The Grom made a giant impact in game 1. And in game 2, nothing.
Well, match point then for Space Station Gaming. If they get this game, they'll proceed to the semi-finals. Missed connection there on the homemade recipe of Nubis onto Kydog. Didn't find itself, and there's a trade-off there. Wesley goes down 2 stars to 1. Space Station Gaming keep that lead, and the blue star now getting a couple more kills to add to that tally as Golden falls. 2 players in the mid for iWorlds. Going to struggle realistically here to find too much of a connection, as just everyone from SSG just keeping their range back. They know that they're better in that position. Let iWorlds push into them. It worked in the last game. Did not work at all when they lost control in the first. So go with what works, you know?
Well, Firecrow on the right side now, swapping out with Kyle Dog. Honestly, everybody playing musical chairs. Adinho now in mid, Kyle Dog playing on the left, and Firecrow, where I think this makes sense, the long-range brawler on the open right angle, but Sprout shuts it down a little bit. Lower paced game here, minute on the clock, and Space Station up 3 stars. Nobody near that 20-star ceiling. So Kyle Dog getting aggressed on here by Nubis. Great super, forcing the jump out of the Piper. Meanwhile, left side arc, a kill for Adinho makes it 6/3.
Yeah, Adinho's playing a fantastic tick. I mean, there was literally nothing Golden could do about it, except maybe just retreat back early and just try to avoid. But the shots were just in such a way that he just had no options available. But there was a trade-off on the right-hand side, bringing things a little bit closer towards iWorlds. They do need to get a kill in the next 20 seconds, otherwise this one is going to be over, and Space Station Gaming going to be proceeding on to the semi-finals. Good taps into the middle from Kydog. Firecrow, though, in a bit of a rock and a hard place now as the Piper coming up the right-hand side. Nubis finding some shots, but Nubis goes down. All members of Space Station Gaming standing as well. 9 stars to 5. Can Golden find something? He does, but the blue star and a 1-star lead still with Space Station Gaming, unless they can find some shots in the last few seconds, but they don't. And SSG be victorious and proceed to the semi-finals.
One step closer to those worlds. Reminder, SSG have to win it all this month in order to make this world's finals happen. Of course, you know, Foot losing, that could happen. Absolutely. Good to see the smiles of the boys, though. Golden here. Got the golden fit, man. I mean, I'll be honest, it's also fun to see this guy. We've seen him here and there. iWorlds kind of pokes up in the monthly finals. Always a good vibe from the guys. So I'm glad. You know, we've got a sport here. We've got a good esport, but we've got a good community here. I think iWorlds is certainly part of this scene. So 2-1, 2-0, 2-1 here for the Space Station Gaming boys. Not as clean as either Arc or I would have liked to see from the black and yellow. So we'll look at the rear view mirror and kind of see, you know, what went not perfectly right for Space Station Gaming this time around.
Yeah, I fully agree. You know, so the draft's just not really for me being what is going to be needed to take down for esports later on today. You know, like I think that Sprout pick, yeah, I mean, Kydog plays it fantastically well, but it does feel like one of those picks that's more towards, I love playing this kind of brawler, I can play it really well, but is it going to work well into all the ranges on the other side of the field? I mean, again, there was Byron, there was Meg, there was so many other brawlers that they could have potentially gone for. They chose the double thrower and just a strategy that evolved around getting that blue star first. If they didn't obtain that blue star, then things would work against them, and it did in that first game, and they just suffered one takedown, and then they were finding themselves having to go on the aggressive, and that's what iWorlds were able to get that first game in the pocket. And again, in Brawl, some missed shots as well by Space Station Gaming that really should have been very simple walk-ins or passes towards getting that goal secured. Certainly not the cleanest of sets. I mean, maybe we're nitpicking somewhat. It's a 3-0, but certainly it might have been something a little bit different to that. They could have easily dropped a set in this series, and the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect some of the mistakes that were made along the way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's all about perspective, right? And this is a squad that we need to see. It's time to nitpick. Either way, Firecrow on the good side. The W is all that matters. And it does go the direction of Space Station Gaming. Firecrow doing a lot of that heavy lifting for sure. Again, apologies about the draft. Should be fine for the rest of the show. Just a little one-time oopsie here, as Space Station have 2 one-time oopsies. But moving into semifinals, I think they should turn up just a little bit. So, I mean, quarterfinals down now. We've had pretty much quick and clean ones. And so now it's time for a quick and clean break. We'll be right back with the BSC by the SPS.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Mike's soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Mike's soda. Spy likes some.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down. Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Final monthly finals has everybody in the spirit. Me, Trav, the boys at the other regions, all dressed up in our throwbacks, everybody looking pretty, and even behind the scenes, we've got our replay operator, and they've got their nails going on. There's some cool, actually, that is a homemade spike out of clay,
That's
and
awesome.
the nails to go along with it. I mean, I just love, I love it all. I love to see sort of the interest and the dive deep, and it's really cool because you know, every now and then we get up here and I shout out some of the people behind the stage, but Trav, it's cool to like actually see the human beings and the people and just how excited everyone is here, because I always say it takes a village, but now you actually get to see them.
So the human beings and the people, but just the nails, sadly. I mean, the nails are extremely cool. Don't get me wrong, but I'm waiting for like a full Spike cosplay. Paint yourself green, get going. But I'm loving the nails, love the nails.
I'm down. You know what? I'm gonna put out this one. Our producer Gex. I want to see him in a Spike cosplay. That's my official shout there. But our official bracket here: Maruekas fall down to RDP, which means Foot are gonna have them in front, and then Team Queso versus SK Kalalas. 2-0 so far. Winner of that obviously goes on to play Space Station Gaming. And then that grand final lurking in the distance. Listen, we're not blind. I also can see that SSG Foot grand final starting to be made up here, Arc. Winner take all. I mean, that I'm the story writer, and that is the storyline I'm looking for.
I mean, that's kind of what I kind of secretly hope for. Obviously, quarterfinals 3 still underway currently on the B stream over with Wiggly and Sunny. Very close affair. Currently, SKC are 2 sets above, but Team Queso is showing some resistance in parallel plays and hot zone, so maybe they can reverse sweep. It's going to be an interesting thing to see who is going to be facing off in that semi-finals, but we still feel pretty confident that regardless, Space Station Gaming would be in that grand finals. It would be the perfect way to round out the season to decide the overall victor between Space Station and Foot. We kind of all want to see it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just the Hollywood story. I did the math. Either SK Kalalas or whichever team winds up making it through. I think Space Station Gaming probably takes that one. I'm confident in the black and yellow. But let's focus on the here and now. Ray du PL coming on through versus Foot Esports. We just got a chance to see Foot and how devastating they can be. But RDP, the Kings of Power League, coming on through. Brawl, Ice Crow, and Tufa on this squad this time around. A lot of legacy here. Tufa's been playing forever and been team hopping a little bit. Hasn't really been able to find like a dedicated home, Trav. So we'll see how he fares on the RDP roster, as, you know, veteran status always welcome. And I think Tufa still has something in the tank to bring.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot more to show, regardless of him being around for so long. Still got a lot in the tank, I'd say. I just don't know if it's going to be against this FUT Esports roster. RDP, incredible team. We've seen them multiple times throughout this year, and they do perform. They perform very well, but they always seem to fall just that little bit short. You know, the majority of the time against some of these bigger teams for SSG, it's just so hard for so many of these South American teams to get past that barrier that FUT and Safe Space Station have set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's strong players here, absolutely, which is why I value that veteran presence of Tufa. He's been on the big stage, he's been in the spotlight, shining star, all this, and, you know, he might be able to kind of give these guys a little bit of confidence and calm them down behind the scenes. But Foot, certainly not calm in the slightest. They're excited, Ark. Moteb, Hubi, and Pekka coming on through, just strong stuff. Y'all watch the quarterfinals. This team knows what they're doing.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic today so far, and they made the quarterfinals look very straightforward, and that's kind of what we expected to see from them. Some nice plays, some great flair along the way as well. I was a bit worried in this set here. Actually, Pekka was picking up towards that right-hand side. They were able to then bounce back and make it work in their favor with the Frank pick, which definitely did cut the mustard for me. And yeah, I mean, they're looking fantastic. They've been back-to-back monthly final champions for the past 2 months, and they're taking away the mantle from Space Station Gaming, who started off the season so strong in March and April with their wins, and May and June was the way of FUT Esports. With that recent LAN win as well for them to add to the list of achievements, I feel like this is a great thing, and there's wind in their sails here today, and it'd be a massive upset, to say the very least, if this does not go their way.
Yeah, and this is a team that's all business, and in a way that I really respect. Trav, I mention it every time ad nauseum, and I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it. Every single time they take the field, they improve. It just shows me so much of the business-oriented approach that they take to the game. I think they've earned this new organization to back them, and they're one of the more exciting teams going into the postseason for me worldwide with how they have trended upwards.
Yeah, I mean, I think the majority of what makes them so good, no, I'm not saying they're not good at the game, but the draft has been so good recently, and especially through that quarterfinal stage. A lot of it's going to be thanks to this man here on the left-hand side, Roll. I'd love to see the screen, see what he's been analyzing, see what he's been doing, because they do seem to be winning. You know, in the draft alone, they spawn into the game with an advantage, which is never good for the opposing team, and it's been the same when playing against SSG. It was the same in the quarterfinals today, and I think that's their big plus sign so far throughout 2024.
Completely. I've been singing the praises of this coach for a long time. You wish you could see his screen, but he's very intentionally not showing anybody that playbook, because as you said, it seems to just give this team an advantage every single time. Brawl in high spirits here. Certainly coming in this one, having some fun. Like we said, I mean, it would be an upset, as Ark said, but it wouldn't be absolutely. No, it'd be a little crazy, to be honest with you. Kings of Power League. I think this Foot team is just that strong. Ark, can you give me a percentage? What percentage do you think is that we see an RDP upset?
I think a 10 or 15% at most for me. I think there are some historical backgrounds, but so far back in April, it was simply just in the qualifiers when RDP were able to beat FUT Esports, but it was a long time ago, and since then, FUT Esports have had the win every single time. A close affair in April, to be fair, 3-2 win for FUT over RDPL, but I don't know, maybe 20% at the very most.
Well, looks like 17% of fans are riding along with RDP. Y'all going to be riding along with Trav and Ark, though, as we jump into this semifinals. I'll be waiting on the other side, and I'll see you then.
Well, I mean, 83 to 17 is it's close enough, Ark. You were close enough in that little prediction there, I will say. I kind of agree with you. Around about this seems fine to me. RDP have had some moments, but nothing in comparison to what FUT Esports have brought to 2024.
That's the thing, you know, and what is FUT Esports' most, you know, historic day of the year so far. You've got to think that they can go at least to the grand finals, and where it goes from there is yet to be seen. But you know, when you're this close to a ticket to the world finals, I think that to get to the grand finals has got to be a bit of a must. And they've brought their A game today. We've seen so far today. Certainly, we want to see some high level of competition. This will be just that for them. And there can be huge upsets when it matters most, as well as the pressure can get to some. But I feel like, to be honest, with the sort of backgrounds of all these players from the side of FUT Esports, they've got that, you know, behind them. They've got that, you know, background and confidence behind them to be able to make this right. And the drafts have been very strong today.
And that's the thing as well. How sad would it be to be robbed of this perfect ending to the South America region in 2024, the FUT versus Space Station final? Not saying I don't want to see RDP in the final, not saying I don't want to see, you know, SKC Team Kato in the final, but it's just the perfect ending to the year in reality. But we're heading on to Double Swoosh. We've got the Stu, the Grey, and the Gene bands coming in from RDP. FUT Esports get rid of the Crow, the Sandy, and the Meg. And then a Gale, as always, seems to be the first pick on this map. And Amber comes back for FUT Esports, as I believe they played this map and this brawler in the quarterfinals.
The Gal pick first says to me a pairing, doesn't it, realistically here, with a Frank or something tanky. I love the Buster idea as well. We've seen that played across the regions this month in APAC, and I would keep remembering goes T with that, just getting 16 kills. It goes a long way. But on the side of FUT, they're going to be going with Surge and Amber. Amber to break the bushes, of course, and Surge to be able to really get a lot of value of anything tanky, which would be kind of indicated by that Gale pick, unless Ready PL are just kind of overly concerned that they're going to run into something tanky, and that's where they're having it. And that worries me a little bit, because Gale not necessarily overly strong. Maybe now, since the hypercharge, certainly coming into a much better place, but there's the pairing that I was expecting. But I feel like, to be honest, FUT Esports are ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, with a Surge, with an Amber, you're going to be able to burn down the bushes, get your levels up, and especially when a Frank's just running straight towards you. Max, I like that pairing with Frank. It's going to give him that mobility required to be able to actually do something. Don't get me wrong, Frank, incredible brawler at the moment, been, you know, at the top of the meta for, well, since those last balance changes, a little bit of a rework as well. So we'll see what FUT Esports do come at them with. They're going to go with the Colette. Who can blame them for it? It worked last time, and they're bringing it back once more. And it was against Buster last time. This time it's against Frank. I mean, nobody's going to complain at that matchup.
Totally so. I mean, you know, that's the thing about the draft and the coin flip in this scenario, that, you know, if they were going to pair a Frank with the Gale, it's like, well, you're going to be facing a pretty heavy counter to it, and Colette's that perfect one. Not necessarily in any other scenario would I think about bringing it into Double Swoosh necessarily, but I mean, in this case, it makes perfect sense. I mean, with the Amber burning down the bush throughout the match, and it's going to be really tough for Radio PL to really keep making that Frank pick work, in my opinion. Maybe the Max can maybe reduce some of that distance somewhat, but and if they can deprive the Surge of those stacks as well, that could go a long way. But I feel like, regardless, having a tank on the field is going to encourage it more than not.
Well, there we go. Brawl already got the gadget popped. Going to be able to pull Hubie straight back towards him, and Ice Crow's going to clean up the mid as well. Pekka, probably not in the matchup that he was really desiring. Going to have a little bit of a wall break in there as well. I don't think it's going to affect FUT too much as long as Motep can get some levels, but so far they've just been pinned in the spawn, and those slowing shots from Tufa doing a really nice job as well. Pekka just rotating over to the right. This is the matchup that he wanted. A little bit more break, and a level 2 Motep definitely going to go a long way ahead.
Yeah, that was my concern as well as Motep for the most part. Ultimately, the more the bush goes down, and that Frank smash did clear up a lot of that left-hand side. It's going to make it a troublesome thing, but that's a great positioning there on that top right. And I like that a lot for him. And Pekka coming in with a nice clean takedown of Tufa. Big burn onto Bravo. Doesn't get the gadget off either, so a bit of a waste there as well. And now they're starting to bring back that gem deficit more into their favor with this control they've been able to establish.
Yeah, how fast things can change. I mean, Race 2PL do still have the lead, but they are kind of pinned in spawn and not really making too many moves. Hypercharge available from Brawl as well, but it's just not being allowed that healing factor that he really does want. Pekka's going to be able to pop a gadget down here. Gotcha going to be used now. The Hypercharge comes in. He's going to gain so much ground. The gadget back towards him. Doesn't actually use the super. Motep's going to go down somehow. Had a jump, had the availability to just go to the safe right-hand side to fall into Pekka's arms, but that didn't happen. Pekka's going to use his super now, save his team, and stop this countdown for FUT. For RDP.
Yeah, Pekka has been playing a phenomenal game so far, really coming in clutch there, and got to agree. I think with the Frank rework now, you've got to be very, very cautious just how much damage can be inflicted. There's going to be a jump now, and it was just timed correctly. I was going to say, if he hadn't quite got the distance, that might have been disastrous, but nonetheless, 9 gems now. A nice snatch there from Pekka. That's the countdown, and the smack speed couldn't come at a better time realistically here for Rated PL. A lot of resistance coming forwards, but can they get the reset? That's the question.
Yeah, no equaling for mid. They do get the reset, and now they can equal from mid, but Pekka's going to go aggressive, try clean up. And now there's only one person staying in that mid, and it's Icecrow. Surely they're able to push him out before this gem spawns, and it spawns on their side. But he does evade the shots nicely, managed to get back to the safety of his teammates. Tufo with the super on the right-hand side. Icecrow grabs the 11th, starts the countdown for RDP, but just not enough at the moment as Foot regain control on the mid.
Got good visibility as well, Bravo, but there's the hypercharge smash for that. Up the indestructible wall just keeps Motep safe, and it's not going to get much more than that. And now the takedown is there onto him from Motep. They can keep this mid control to get this last gem, but it's going to be respawning now, and there wasn't really any positioning there on the side of Rated PL. They're doing ready, more ready for that for sure, and with a phase shifter available to the max, you'd think that they would have been able to snatch out the arms of Foot Esports. They didn't do that, so the game goes their way. Foot Esports take the first game.
Really well played from Foot, but what a hard-fought battle from RDP as well. They really went back and forwards with Foot so many times. Had a much better start as well than I would have been expecting. But once Foot kind of established what lanes they wanted, got the Colette onto the Frank, it was just all downhill for RDP from there. And I'm sure that's what Foot will be striving for in the next game as well. But definitely really nice resets. Good control of the gem mine for the majority from Restu PL, but still a lot more work needs to be done if you want to beat a top team like Foot.
Well, so we're at the perspective of Rated PL this time round. It's a relatively decent start. Tufo, though, looking very weak and weary on that bottom side, and Firecrow himself now trying to help, but it's not really working out. Hubie's doing a fantastic job here, just keeping everything under control. But the gem's still sitting there. Moses going to come in now and get some, just taking some precautions shots there behind that wall in case anyone was lurking. Still going to struggle to get off those stacks now, getting contested by that Gale as Pekka and everyone is a bit chaotic in terms of positioning power, but it does make sense as everyone's trying to find their matchup.
Yeah, I mean, just playing left to right here instead of front to back. Nice dash there from Firecrow. Should be able to get those gems in the hands as Pekka tries to retreat here, but Bravo coming out of spawn and a pinch from Tufo will clean him up nicely. But whilst all that's happening, Foot just been picking up gems. They're on 7 now as Motep has 6 in hand, and level 2 finally been acquired by him. Bravo going to throw out a super and actually miss Hubie.
Oh no.
Gadget comes in, and a good super from Pekka along with a hypercharge going to go a long way. Gotcha Gadget as well. Followed with another beautiful from him, cycling that on out. Keeps Foot in control, and an 8-3 gem lead is going to go a long way.
Yeah, Pekka's already looking at MVP status, it feels. I want to see much more from this Frank pick. It's just really not cutting it for me, and Rivera needs to connect those shots. He wasn't doing so and has had some struggles this game. Hypercharge now, will this find something? Nope. But Esports very much savvy to it and just keeping the distance. Most of us well going to be on almost full stacks as well, and Tufa's found Pekka on the left-hand side, but these gems now still continuing over to Foot. Pekka finds another one, Gotcha Gadget as well, swapping over to Tufa, but goes down himself. That's a disaster. The gems now split 7-9.
Well, a super from Hubie throws it out onto the left-hand side. Might have that mythic gear activated as well, but this gem spawns sadly for Foot on the RDP side and allows them to regain some control again. And a swap was coming around. Pekka rotated all the way from left to right just to try and reset what's going on. Super comes in, takedowns there. Hypercharge from Icecrow, but just no super to follow it up at the moment. Now that countdown is going to be started, but Tufa's going to drop this one gem. Should be able to be picked up by Hubie here eventually, as Icecrow surely shouldn't take this 1v3 situation.
He's got 9 gems, he really can't afford to, and he's got the speed now for the Super to get back into the mix. There is the Frank Super to hand, but we need to see that connect most importantly, and there's another miss. It can't happen like that. 11 gems, but it can be reset from the mid as Firecrow's coming in, but I don't think he's got a face shift, can't really go in for it. 12 now in the pocket of Foot Esports, and not enough time for the reset, so Foot Esports will take the first set.
I mean, he just swooped in there and took it so they couldn't equal it out, and it didn't even seem like they were really fighting for that gem. All the fighting seems to be focused on that left-hand side, which is quite surprising considering they could have just evened it out in those closing seconds, but it was Foot Esports who just snagged that gem up, took it back to spawn, and, you know, just stayed there safely until they managed to get that gem, that count to 0. So really nice played from Foot. A lot more resistance than what they really faced off against in that quarterfinal round, so it's quite nice to see that they weren't too shaken up by it.
I fully agree. I think that there's definitely been a step up going from the quarterfinals into the semi-finals, and they're being tested more so. They're still looking equally as confident though, and that is the scary thing. I think the Frank definitely didn't cut nearly enough for me, considering just how strong of a brawler that is. I think P.E.K.K.A certainly didn't spend the most amount of time countering it, but when he did, I mean, it's always going to have a great matchup, right? I think P.E.K.K.A overall, though, for the side of FUT Esports, had a phenomenal game. I think there was some great, hammer burn from Hubi, but I didn't really feel much from Motet myself on that surge pick. Yeah, I mean, that's basically exactly it, isn't it? In a nutshell. 589 DPS for P.E.K.K.A. I mean, unbelievable stuff. 12 takedowns as well. Hubi just coming just behind him, which what is a very commendable scoreline as well, but just overshadowed slightly by almost 600 DPS. Unbelievable from P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah, absolutely huge there from P.E.K.K.A. I will say, I'd be worried if he didn't get that many kills, when he was so consistently trying to force that Colette versus Frank matchup, which is 100% what he should be doing. And regardless of that matchup, definitely an MVP in that set for me, and every other set that he's played today, I felt the exact same way. So P.E.K.K.A really just playing so well. Definitely wants to get this World Finals qualification for himself through this July monthly final today. And RDP, they might have played well, they might have played fine, but you've got to be on top form with a top draft to beat FUT.
Yeah, P.E.K.K.A just woke up this morning and just meant business, didn't he? They want to go to those world finals, and they know that Space Station Gaming are that thorn in their side currently. This being the first stage to getting towards those grand finals now, and they want to be able to give themselves the best possible chance. If anything comes up, any kind of resistance, they need to be prepared for. It's that first set in the pocket, going to go a long way here, because Brady PL playing some good games, but not really the skill set to match on some of those moments in double swoosh. But let's see. I want to kind of see no Frank this time round. I don't think it's necessarily the Frank kind of map, but nonetheless, I think the gameplay wasn't really there on the last one for me. Certainly Canal Grande, a tough map in general when you get pushed back into those sides. So throwers are definitely up there, but can be quite vulnerable in that mid. And bans are in. Lily, Larry and Laurie, and Kit banned for FUT, Frank, the Eve, and the Angelo banned by Rated PL. So they were concerned a little bit about the Frank. I mean, it's a concern to have on every map and mode, in all honesty, but I don't know whether it was necessarily a ban here for me. But Tick is the first pick for FUT Esports. We're seeing that come a lot more to light recently this month as well, so I don't necessarily mind it. It's going to be great for scouting out the bushes, add the vision gear on top of that, and ultimately you're able to provide a lot of utility over to your team and have them come in. Dynamite, though, I do like that as well as a counter thrower. It's probably the best counter thrower on this particular map.
Yeah, it's very bold though, I will say, like Dyna, very good if you can hit all your shots and have good matchups. Might be fine against the Tick when you get into the range, but also, them having the next two picks, they've got the opportunity to just kind of swarm you. When you've got a Bell, when you've got a Dyna, you're going to be at risk of some aggression, and I feel that's what kind of route FUT might take, regardless of RDP having this last pick for themselves. But I do really like that Tick pick as a first one from FUT. It's going to be the RT, has that ability to go aggressive. Don't really see it too much, to be honest with you, regardless of this gadget that allows you to just kind of pop straight back to your legs. And FUT with another pick now. We'll see what they do choose to go for. Need to round out this comp quite well. I mean, with Eve and Angelo banned, there's nothing that can really just fly across the water and get a nice quick blue star for them. So we'll see what they do choose to take. They've got the thrower. They've got kind of like the long range, short range combination so far. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for some more aggression, if you ask me.
Yeah, RT's certainly taking another rise into the meta. I quite like it. It's definitely one of those brawlers that's very hard to juke to get around, and the legs now with the rework and the gadget definitely provides much more of something as a countermeasure. You're not just kind of stuck there as a loose pair of hands. Gray as well as a lovely one. Those walking canes connect and break through some of the bush as well and some of the cover. And on this particular map, I can leave you with nowhere to go. Ready PL got the final pick now. They've got some control, they've got some range. Let's see what they feel. Buster wouldn't be a bad shout for me here. Can try and get the gadget to really suck in and get some work, but another tanky idea. Don't mind it. Mega to come in. Certainly better in terms of range, and I don't mind it for that reason. They've got the Bell on their side as well, so the pairing makes a lot of sense. But let's see. I mean, I'm kind of favoring what FUT have got simply because that Gray, as we've already seen today, I mean, some of the aggressive plays that you can make with it, and you just catch your opposition unawares when they're low HP, and with the way that the map is situated, coming over the river in the center is quite key. You can cross lanes so easily with it and have an escape measure out.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Meg as a last pick. I'm just kind of concerned about the Bell at the moment, to be fair. I feel like a lot of it's kind of involved within the bush with some walls, that kind of thing. And unless you're shooting, right to left constantly, it's not really going to be too useful, I'd say. See what Peck is able to do against the Diner on this side. It's not really his most favorable matchup.
Oh, no.
And a good start from Ice Crow as he does bring down Hubi. Motep tries to do something on the right-hand side, but with no teammates, it's all RDP control.
Yeah, Motep then just got his teammate killed as well with the Bell bounce shot, and that gives a healthy lead over to Rady PL. And I was concerned as well with the Bell. In terms of retaking, it's quite hard to play into those bushes, but now that Rady PL have got some good early control, Hoopy stays alive here just about. A lot of HP away from a takedown as well. That nest egg will definitely be harmful. Trades left, right, and center here as it's actually FUT Esports coming back slightly, but they're still 3 stars down.
Yeah, not able to find those connections of Pekka there. Brawl just going in very aggressive here, and the hack will bring him out of that mech and should bring him down. A nice pinch comes in from Pekka there, and a good amount of pressure around the back, but a good super from Tufa somehow finds Hoopy there. I think it was maybe slowed out by the nest egg and that allowed the kill. They are 3 stars down still, and Brawl trying to gain some left side control.
Pekka under a lot of scrutiny, but we'll go down to Tufa there, and Motep on the right hand side quite weak. Staying out of range is the way to go here. All but just walked in at the wrong time for it. A lot of stars on the heads there of Rady PL, and if Esports can find a good healthy pinch here, maybe come down to the spawn side and find something, or have Pekka come in for TP onto the Dynamite. Tufa's been quite dangerous. He's got hypercharge as well. Bravo down to 80 HP to be out of mech. All marked up his Pekka there as well. Goes down very swiftly as Rady PL still stand firm.
That's gonna leave a mark.
That was very aggressive very early on, I feel, there from Pekka on the Grey, but they managed to get another opportunity to go for it. 15 seconds on the clock, the TP still remains. Now the hyper charge comes down, the Walking Cane is through, and the pinch from the right-hand side is huge. Hoopy gets one, and another falls. Just Brawl remaining, and Pekka choosing to stay in for it. They do have the blue star, so one of them can go down, but it's 2 seconds on the clock, and no chance of an RDP comeback. Great timing from FUT Esports to just deprive them of a chance of a comeback.
That's the thing, when you've got that many stars above your head, it's a disastrous thing if you lose that control and find yourselves in this back spawn area. So this map really caters towards just that, and FUT Esports just timed it so well, and the pinch was perfect, exactly down the right hand side, down to the spawn side. You can see it coming on the 30 seconds mark on the clock. You've still got time to achieve that, but it had to be a perfect scenario in terms of like the mechanics behind it, and it was beautiful.
Well, Pekka on the lone left side again, but this time it's against Ice Crow, and he's going to be pretty favourable in that one so far, and a good kill, but it's that double stun with a singular shot from Tufa. He gets one, but Pekka will find another on that side and should be able to pinch back onto Tufa now, but he's defended himself so well. I mean, if he had any help at all there, he'd been able to do something, and Pekka eventually goes down as Brawl shows up in this mid, but we do still have a FUT lead, and that's dangerous for RDP.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Pekka didn't TP there. I think on the graphics, I think he actually did, but he should have definitely seen Brawl coming and just got away from harm. Ticket there, connecting nicely down to Bravo, just securing that kill in favor of FUT Esports, giving them now a 6-star lead in the blue star as well, and definitely a different nature of the game now this time round as FUT Esports have got that early control, which they didn't have in the previous game. Tufa though is dangerous, getting some good takedowns. Bravo staying in mech there as well, and down goes Pekka. That's now making things slightly different, 10 stars to 13.
I mean, this is what I mean. It's the same kind of careless overconfidence from Pekka, you know, TPing into a Dyna and a Meg when she's still in mech that we saw in the first quarterfinal game. But Hoopy's gonna be able to get out of mech, but still, it's a bit of a tough situation for them. This star lead is slowly dwindling down. Pekka's gonna pinch in now, get a kill. She'll be able to TP and get one onto Tufa, and that wraps up their game. Great ending from FUT Esports. When it started to get close, they leapt ahead again.
I agree with Pekka, definitely just got a little bit overconfident, but then you finish the game like that and it comes full circle, and you can just kind of see why he's still up there with the greatest in the game. And like, you know, that great pick, it was a dangerous thing to have. I mean, certainly outstayed is welcome sometimes, got a bit too overly aggressive, but you know, it's a really tough border to play into on this map. You're never safe in a map where normally in that right to left hand side you pretty much are, you're waiting for your opposition to make the move. Greatest changes the game in that sense, and yeah, great stuff there from FUT.
I mean, it's the exact same thing as me and Efdot were talking about when we saw him playing on Hideout. Pekka's so aggressive. He loses so many stars, but also it's like the star management that he knows and that he can get out and that he can get it back. It is a level of overconfidence. 100% he's very overconfident against these guys. And so he should be if he can make plays like this. Like, he does the incredible plays, but also there's some plays in there which could be avoided. But at the end of the day, a win's a win. And, you know, regardless of some of the mess ups he did, you'd still have him up there as one of the MVP votes.
I think we still got the previous stats there from that first set, but nonetheless, I mean, Pekka was still playing phenomenal, but obviously on that grade, not the Colette. But you know, I think to say, you know, that second set looked a bit more convincing to me than the first, in all honesty. That's a bit of a scary prospect for Raider PL, who started off showing some great signs of resistance there. I mean, they got the first game of, you know, Bounty in a good spot, but then they really struggled to just hold on to the stars in the final seconds, and their composure just went a bit lapsed for a few seconds, and that's all you need in Bounty. There are the new stats, and of course Pekka's still coming out on top there. The highest DPS for Motive on the tick, which is quite rare to see, actually. Getting some great value for his team there as well. 5 kills for Tuva, not bad. I mean, Ice Crow definitely down there for Raider PL, 3 for Bravo, but yeah, for Esports really made that look quite confident, and despite being behind that first game, coming back, just gave them that lift going into the second game to make it even more convincing.
Yeah, and I did really enjoy that set from Foot Esports, as you say, a bit more convincing, especially in that second game than the first set at least. But the first game in Bounty, I mean, you know, a couple more seconds, or a couple seconds less, I should say, and RDP do win it. But Foot Esports just managed that time so perfectly. They went in and they got out without giving RDP a chance to be able to make that comeback, and that's one of the things that they just do so well. There's individual prowess left, right, and center, especially Pekka. But when they need to play as a team, that's exactly what they do, and they thrive because of it.
It's quite crazy to look back as well for Esports' performance last month. They only dropped 1 set, you know, all day long, and if they take this next set, they'll be in the grand finals having not dropped a single one either. And it's things like that which just really scare me a little bit as to how much this team really have just formed and progressed over the course of this year. You know, going back to March, they didn't even make the grand finals, and ever since then they were always there, losing in April but then bouncing back to win in May, to win in June. And it just feels right for me that this would be their time, but they've still got to get through this stage of the semi-finals. We need to see a bit more from Raider PL. They had, again, a good start. They're just not able to see it through, and I don't think they've had some bad drafts, certainly some question marks in some of the gameplay in that first set with the Frank. And again, we was a bit unsold on that Bell pick as well coming in, and the Meg didn't really kind of bring too much more than that either. But I mean, they're not terrible drafts. They're just slightly, maybe just one brawler off every single time, really. Frank Ban being there on the side of Raider PL this time round for Bell's Rock for knockout, the Gene, the Meg as well being banned, the Tick, the Andrew, and the Kit for Esports. Always a good thing to see that Kit ban.
Well, Mandy's going to roll in first, which wouldn't really be a pick that I'd take first. I feel like it's kind of squishy and there's still a lot of aggression that can come out, but usually, you know, when it rounds out, it is kind of that kind of long range fights on either lane, a thrower through mid, that kind of thing, and RT gonna definitely go with that theme from Foot Esports. Can play that, definitely can play the late game when you've got a super, and can play that early game as well, which is what makes RT so versatile in these game modes like Bounty, like Knockout. Definite, a really, really strong pick. And then Sprout, as I said, that thrower through the mid, can pinch the lane so well. Definitely useful to have that kind of thrower range.
Yeah, Mandy's got a 70% win rate here as well. I mean, it's not necessarily up there in the highest of pick rates at 16%, but nonetheless, in this region, certainly they like those long-range brawlers. Barley as well. Great to see Barley coming back into the meta somewhat now with the Hypercharge edition, and the heals as well. The Herbal Tonic goes such a long way on this map as it is kind of laid out in that kind of 3-lane scenario, so that Herbal Tonic always seems to land and just gives you that complete control very quickly back in your hands. Pearl as well coming for Raider PL. I don't mind that particular brawler here, but the final say is with Foot Esports. They've already got some great control, some great shutting off of those walls. The RT will be fantastic for range. How do they want to finalize this one out? Piper, range, they want to double down with that, and I don't mind it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no really blame for them, because Sprout should be able to control the Barley quite nicely in mid with that range advantage that he's going to have, allowing Pekka to not really have to worry too much about being pinched from that mid, I think. And in a 1v1 matchup against the Mandy, it's going to be fine, and against the Pearl, it should be, you know, pretty perfect. Have that range advantage, keep them at arm's length and play it like that, and hopefully Motep will be able to pinch down as well thanks to the range.
Well, Pekka's just trying to find the angle. We know how good he is with Piper. Remember as well last month just how much he's tapping, and months previous to that in Knockout, he's so dangerous with it. Finding Bravo, Homemade Recipe follow-up as well, keeping him firmly back. The Overcooked though is there. Tufa finds another bullet as well from Pekka. I mean, you just got to take him out as quickly as you can, because otherwise this is not going to be going on for long, and that's all that not really going to help out Pekka actually in that scenario there. So might be thinking better of it next time round.
Oh, well, Tufa's going to go down. Nice rotation there as Pekka comes through the mid and surprises him instead of Motep. And now they can just pinch down. You're not going anywhere, buddy. Pinched in now as Pekka gets that along with Motep and just Ice Crow, who's been having a bit of a tough time on this 1v1 matchup as well. Considering the range advantage, you'd expect him to be in that a bit more. But his other two lanes definitely failing to keep up their end of the bargain. And FUT Esports take round one.
Well, hypercharge now available for Pekka, and I mean, we know he's aggressive, so that hypercharge itself. Oh, nice connection there from Ice Crow onto the Sprout there, and just narrowly missing out on a kill. But yeah, I mean, Pekka's so aggressive now that you've got the addition of the hypercharge on Piper that is aggressive in nature. I do worry. Ice Crow's getting some great connections there on the Sugar Rush.
Yeah, really nice supers, but it's just sad that for him that there's nobody there to finish it.
Yeah.
As he's one shot, and literally one little gadget from Brabauer to brought him down. Now Hypercharge comes in. Surely you pin in Brabauer here and just finish that off, but Pekka, so aggressive, actually gets the kill. Pinches Tufa as well. Brilliance from FUT Esports. Brabauer all alone, and he's not going to last long. Motep cleans up, and it's match point to FUT.
So funny, I literally was just thinking as soon as I saw the hypercharge, yeah, Pekka's aggressive. This is actually gonna be the perfect thing for him. And then he just comes out with that. Beautiful from him. He's really excelling today. He's the danger of FUT Esports right now. It's a team game, no doubt about it, but you can't give that man Piper when he's like playing this well.
Well, they're back to fight again. If nothing changes, FUT Esports are going to be walking on into the finals. Brabauer so low, the healing tonic's not going to do anything for him. Ice Crow is timed up as well. The hack almost brings him down. Tufa's going to fall, and it's just all FUT Esports. There's no fight back whatsoever from RDP. They're just walking in a straight line and winning.
It's going from bad to worse. I mean, Raider PL, you've got to stay on your feet better than this. I mean, for esports mean business, and they're one round away from making the grand finals, inching closer to a ticket to the world finals. Robo's are locked out there. The Herbal Tonic's not going to be enough, nearly from Tufa, and Ice Crow can't win a 3v1 like this. A wall from Motep to be able to prevent any measures there at all, and it's just a matter of time before the gas forces their hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is that. It's done. Ice Crow not going to win a 1v3, especially with 1,200 HP. FUT do it. They're heading to the finals, and the dream is on for the FUT versus Space Station final to decide it all. They're going to be pleased, and now it's all in their hands.
Fantastic stuff. Some great resistance from Raider PL we saw in that first set, but FUT Esports, they are on fire today. They really are. I mean, they made that look so easy, if not more convincing than the quarterfinals. And I mean, that's dangerous, so dangerous for Space Station Gaming if they get through the semis and meet them in those grand finals, which is what we all kind of hoped would to see in terms of the narrative and the storyline towards those world finals qualifications. Wow, I am definitely siding with them still. I was saying at the beginning of the day that I feel they're going to go all the way, and that's kind of convinced me more so. We'll see what Space Station bring in the next match, but I mean, convincing to say the least. I
mean, what can you say? It was just, there's not a lot to say other than perfection from FUT Esports. The drafts, the gameplay. I mean, I'm looking forward to this final now, because seeing them play is really something special. Look at that brilliant wall as well. Traps Brabauer in and just all beat him down, and now makes it a 3v1, and they just excel from there again and again and again. They're never going to lose a situation like that, and the momentum that's going to be with them now is just too good. One kill for the side of RDP in 4 rounds of knockout, and look at that, Pekka with 8. No question yet again who my MVP is.
It's got the most kills in every single set, and I mean, you know, this is knockout. I mean, like, it's kind of insane. It really is, just like how well he's playing today, and everyone else is playing fantastic on the side of FUT Esports, but he's still able to. Yeah, I mean, it has to be. I mean, if it was anything else, I would have personally rioted.
You wouldn't be alone in your riot either. I'd have been right there with you, because it was through the quarterfinals, through this, it's all been him. I don't think he's had anything less than top stats in every single game he's played. No matter what brawler he plays, no matter where he's playing, he's always on top.
I mean, just incredible stuff from FUT so far today, but I mean, upsets can still occur. SK Claire's up next versus Space Station Gaming. Trav, how are you feeling? I mean, SKC, we didn't put them down for the quarterfinals. We put down Team Kessler, so they've surprised us already. Can they cause an upset here?
I mean, I think technically they can. I don't know if it's likely. I was hoping to go out with a bang with a 7 out of 7 on my predictions, but SKC have just ruined that already on my on the final monthly final for SA of the year. But at the end of the day, I think Space Station should have this one in the bag, but SKC, they're always going to prove a threat.
Hey, F.Dot's in luck. I mean, he did go the other way and got lucky, so you might do a full sweep on his predictions today. Get yours in on event.brawlstars.com right now for the next matchup. We'll take a very short break. You do not want to go anywhere. Be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Brawl Stars Championship presented by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Grand Finals in front of us, and how picturesque it is. Our two fantastic teams in front of us. Space Station Gaming going all the way. Should be exciting here as SK Kalalas has made theirself over the top of Team Queso. And now it's SK Kalalas. And by the way, Ark, just want to let you know, I watch when I'm not on. This was not a lucky guess from me. I've got faith in the Kalalas team. Deal with this and make themselves to the semifinals, man. Ain't no luck there. This is a good squad. And they earned their victory in the quarters.
They haven't made a semi-final since March, mate. So, I mean, I'm just going to put that out there for you. I've not got massive hopes on how they're going to fare on this one versus the team that have got 2 grand final wins under the belt. But no, I respect it. I'm happy to say you got it right, mate. You got it right.
Well, like we said, Space Station Gaming awaiting themselves. They've got to make do with SK Kalalas, foot waiting in the wings. The winner of this one goes on to those grand finals. Cowdog, Firecrow, and Adinho, they need to win grand finals in order to confirm themselves in the Worlds. Our World Finals, the reason we show up to play all the way back in March? Yeah, SSG need to win this and then another one. The way these guys have been playing all year, well, that should bode well for them, Trav. Today, though, not the cleanest team on the battlefield. Obviously, they've won their way through quarterfinals, but there was a couple of speed bumps along the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There can't be any speed bumps from this point onwards, because now that their rivals in foot have made it to the finals, if they drop out here, they're not going to be in luck. They need to get to the finals. They need to be able to win it. Otherwise, they're going to be heading to the LCQ. And I mean, Team Queso going to be watching on as they've just been beaten by SKC, wanting Space Station to go all the way as well, as that would secure their hopes of LCQ as well. So Space Station Gaming fighting for 2 teams at the moment, and SKC fighting for that one dream.
Yeah, I mean, if SKC make it to grand finals, they got to win in order. The hardest path for Kalalas for sure. Space Station, a strong team standing in front of them, as we said. The #1 team in this region for a long time recently. I think we're looking at Foot that may have leapfrogged as far as just raw talent is concerned, but Space Station Gaming still a storied squad here in this region. Cow Doritos and VT Zim showing up here repping SK Kalalas Arc. You were paying a lot of attention to this team in the quarterfinals. What was it that brought them here into our semis?
I mean, this had some good answers for the most part. I mean, it was very dominant as well. It wasn't like a close affair, realistically, here against Team Queso. Team Queso showed some resistance towards the end in the hot zone set, but I mean, that was pretty much it. Brawl really was the catalyst to start things off, and then things got a bit worse, realistically, here for Team Queso. You can see dominance there from Calva just going to town on that surge pick, and I mean, it was quite tough to watch. I was expecting a bit more from Team Queso, to be honest, but I mean, for SK Kalalas as well, historically, this is their well, the last time they faced Space Station Gaming, the only time they faced them was back in March in the monthly finals. There in the grand finals, actually, they lost to a sweep, but that is the one scoreline in which they faced. They haven't actually faced off at all other than that, even in the qualifying stages of the BSC. So it's quite rare to see this team go head to head, but Calva, Doritos and VT Zim today looking to keep the dream alive and do something miraculous, because they do have to win the grand finals here today to clinch an LCQ spot.
I'm eager to see the fan vote as well, because VT's one of the larger content creators in the Brawl space, and so as a lot of times that can sort of tilt the fan vote a certain direction. Space Station Gaming, one of the most celebrated teams though, so going to be a hard task to kind of beat down their fans for sure. Trav, when you look at this matchup, Space Station Gaming, clearly the upper card, we've established that. How does SK Kalalas find their opening? Where do they win?
That is a very tough question, because I don't know if they do. I don't know if they really have that much of a chance at all, to be honest with you. I'm going to say this, and then they're going to go and win, and they're going to do this miracle run and qualify for the LCQ, and I'm going to look like an idiot. But Space Station Gaming, I don't really think they've got too many holes in their performance overall. Just the exact same as FUT. We've seen these guys get to the final pretty much every single month, and they've even won a couple as well. Whereas SKC, as Ark mentioned, rarely get out the quarterfinals, and that makes it a little bit worrying. And also, I don't really know what openings there is for Space Station for SKC to kind of abuse.
Yeah, that's the tough part. Cowdog, Firecrow, and Adinho. I look at KD often, but the truth of the matter is this is a extremely well-rounded team. 21% on SK Kalalas, and I think the VT Zim effect is in full effect for sure. I think this is something I might expect to be 95-5, especially given the history that Ark brought up, who we will meet up with again after the matchup. But however the fan vote has come through, I am glad to see some fans riding for SK Kalalas. This is a fun team to watch. We'll see if they have fun, though, on center stage here. Trav, Brawl Ball is the game mode of choice, obviously. And as we jump into center stage here, obviously we are thinking of the draft, and Frank has made a big impact today, no pun intended, but seriously has made a large impact in some of these matchups. It's center stage a place you'll see him?
It could be, because there's a lot of Rosa gameplay, that kind of thing, and Frank usually does a good job against the current Rosas, the Busters, the Jackies, those kind of tankier brawlers. He's a good tank counter as a tank. So you've kind of got to hope that it'll be banned out and we won't have to see it, especially because of how much of the map he can just completely eradicate with his hypercharged super. And yeah, he is going to be banned out by Space Station Game, along with the Gale, along with the Meg, who are three brawlers I think we've probably seen the most today. And then there's the Stu, the Surge, and the Kit on the other side. And looking at the most banned brawlers, Rico and Lily have both slipped through, and Chester's going to be the first pick.
Chester here. Chester is, I'll go ahead and put myself out there. Please at me. I understand he's gotten some changes recently, but he has skyrocketed in the meta. And I've talked to some other people backstage and around the scene, and some question marks around Chester's sudden rise to prominence. So definitely want to hear some input there. Ems, on the other hand, always a good sweeper brawler, but not really a character we've seen picked often. Just under a 50% win rate here. But of course, that's legacy. Recently, not a lot of Ems.
Yeah, there really hasn't been too much Ems whatsoever. Occasionally we see it sliding in on, Pinball Dreams or Open Business, those kind of maps where there's some walls you can just sit behind, use your super. And yeah, there is on this map too. You can, if you get into the opponent's spawn and use your super, you're going to be setting up an absolute dream for your team. But I'm much more fond of that Rico pick that they've followed up with next. And maybe they're just completely accounting for the fact that the tanks might be sliding in. But it's going to be Larry and Laurie, which I'm fine with. But there's so much grass where you can just sneak through. And not that SSG have got any of those kind of assassin sneaky brawlers at the moment, but there's still room for them to pick one.
Lanita Bear coming on through, and very effective choice on center stage, but in Brawl Ball in general. I mean, geez, SK Kalalas, they're getting ready for the September spectacle. 5-on-5, Larry and Laurie and the Bear, two extra brawlers coming out of the field. And Space Station round out their draft with the Bartender. Barley has also kind of stepped up lately. A ton of damage that can come out with all of his options here. So, I mean, honestly, Space Station Gaming don't want anybody hanging out in the bushes, right? Rico's going to look for a lane and just kind of shoot down the hallway, and then Ems is gonna do that. That's why I think Ems, despite her lack of selection lately, Trav, is valuable on this map. I certainly want to see how she works out.
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely be used and it can definitely do well, and especially against Cowbear here, it seems to be doing just that. BT's having a You know, a nice time against Adinho, but once Ficro starts to pinch in, it should become a little bit more difficult. Some nice bouncing shots, and Kydog will win the right-hand side. Dorito's going to go for the rotation over. Friendzone is not really going to work there, as he catches himself on the wall nicely, which is beautiful from Doritos.
Yeah, so that right there, Doritos making use of the 4 bells. Now getting smoked out by Ems on the right side. Shot on goal will make it past Kydog. Little sneaky play there. Almost expected defense to get there in time, but SK Kalalas, they take the first step, make the first goal.
You're starting strong, and you've got to expect, like, even after that, you start to feel a little bit worried if you're Space Station about a goal to be scored just as easily as that. And you know, you need to make it to the finals, and it's definitely going to be playing a bit on their mental, how much pressure lies on them now. Adinho does have the super in hand. Kydog's making some good moves down the right-hand side. Bear thrown on top of him, and he is going to go down once more. SSG not able to make too many moves, and this Bruce is really putting some pressure on.
That's exactly what he's supposed to do. Just act as a big, tanky frontliner. Shove players out just by space alone. Pass from VT Zim. Pass to Dorito. Past Space Station Gaming is how SK Kalalas go forward. And a nice, fundamental game of Brawl Ball here coming out from the boys.
Yeah, well, worrying then for SSG after that one. Definitely going to have to pick some things up and try win this first set. Got to be 2 in a row if they want to be able to do just that now. But SKC really looking on top of the world right now with this draft that they've got. It seems to be really working so well against what Space Station have brought to the table. Getting back in, we'll see how things progress, as it's still the same matchup on the right-hand side, but a bit more success for Adinho on the left.
Very impressive there, Travis. That wasn't an okie doke. That wasn't an oopsie daisy. I think SK Kalalas earned that one.
Yeah, I'm feeling the exact same way. Ficro making some great moves down this side. Doritos getting friend zone. Kydog has this super now. A bit more free roam for Adinho down the left. Calvert's going to come in and cover nicely, and good super from Kydog to shut that idea down, though. Ficro not finding the shots that he really desires, and Calvert still living in the mid, and a good trade comes through there as well on the right.
Thrower coming in the clutch here for SKC. Firecrow in the corner gets taken down by Larry and Laurie. Real good stuff coming out here from SK Kalalas, again in a goal-scoring position. Everybody on SSG relatively low. The 2 defenders down south. But Cal can't really walk in here. And you can see Firecrow in a great position still. Not a goal-scoring opportunity. Defense is there, and they stop Doritos. VT Zim is here, and they stop Doritos once, not twice. A goal for SKC.
And 1:10 for a response from SSG. Now they really need to pick things up, as this could be them dropping the set in one of the most important games of the year for them. Cal going to go up now, should be going down swiftly after, but it's still surviving. Like, someone's got to bring him down there. He's on 300 and he's causing so many issues. A pick up on the left-hand side opens things up for Kydog, though, and that should be a goal. Adinho going to shoot backwards, try work towards a super, but he's not going to get anything from it. But that is a goal, and it's going to even the score.
Good to see Space Station Gaming alive and well, waking up, finding the back of the net first. For the first time, obviously not first. They trail a game. 30 seconds on the clock here. Ball has not yet moved after that goal score. Firecrow goes nuts, pops the hypercharge, and coats the enemy side of the map with damage. Big window of opportunity, and that's going to be a game for SK Gaming. Wake up, put on a little makeup. Space Station Gaming, clean up and shake off some of that rust. Take one back, and we're headed to a game 3.
Well, it was really well fought back. When you lose the first game and lose the first goal of the second, you know, sometimes you're going to start questioning yourself, questioning your ability, questioning the draft. Yeah, I was going to say, I questioned it as well. But Space Station just persevered, and they made the win out of it, equaling things out, and now SK Kalalas have got some work to do with the momentum in the opposition's hands.
Yeah, I'm not too angry at the draft. The throwers on the side of Kalalas have definitely come in clutch, and Doritos has made this Jester pick, this Jester pick really strong, finding some like close range assassin gotchas in the grass. But honestly, Space Station's draft, nothing to really be mad at. Ems is doing the job. Caster's curse there. Ball on the right-hand side, but Adinho makes everyone blow up. Still not a goal-scoring opportunity as VT Zim shades up, takes down the Rico, and the respawns come in.
Well, that faux fur bear really causing some issues, along with the Larry and Laurie as well. It's just taking Vicro down on its own. Don't even need the players to be doing it. Just place those spawnables down, and they'll deal with it for you. Now Adinho in the back lines, getting it taken down by VT Zims. Exploding shots, and still, it's just dominance from SKC. Look at this, and a goal will follow it as well. Couple of kills in there from the Chester. And now 1 minute and 15 away from the first set.
That's the fundamentals that I'm talking about, man. Like, they're just playing Brawl Ball correctly, right? Like, they find the kills together. They make sure not to space out the kills so that players can respawn and play defense. They find those takedowns when they're on the enemy side of the map as well, so they're in position. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Kalalas. Here, though, good damage from SSG across the way. Cow Dog on the losing side, so the 1v1, Firecrow doesn't have the angle. This is center stage. You're not going to be able to find that from a distance without any wall break, and it forces a reset.
Well, Hypercharge going to clean something up, but it was a trade as VT Zim still cleans up Adinho in the back corner, and Cowbear's going to get the kill and bring the bear in with 30 seconds on the clock. Kyodog needs to heal up, but he's not really given an opportunity to heal up, as now we can see the respawn coming in. The bear's going to pinch him down. Dorito's still doing well on the right-hand side, and 20 seconds for an answer.
Stop there from Firecrow. Very important shots coming out for the Barley there to prevent Doritos from just walking up mid. Kyle gets a kill, but trades out. 10 seconds to go. One above none. Kalalas doesn't even need this goal, so they're just going to kick it into the corner, and set one of our semifinals goes the way of SK Kalalas.
Well, disappointing from SSG there. Not the usual happy faces we see on the SSG cams, and the kind of laughing and joking. It's all down to business. And the business is not going well in the semi-finals here against SKC, as SKC start off so strong with that first set in the bag. You could argue they maybe even deserved to win the first two games. It was dragged to a third, and they still managed to finish things off.
I can't stress how high the stakes are here for SK Game, for Space Station Gaming. Straight up and down, they're at least guaranteed last chance qualifier. So worst case scenario, they go to Gamescom and hang out with everybody there. But, the big but, they go to Worlds if they win this monthly final. And if you're a team the caliber of Space Station Gaming, the SK Kalalas is throwing me off a little bit. If you're a team the caliber of SSG, I mean, Trav, you got to expect to make Worlds, right? You don't want to have another chance to lose.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue. It's two teams whose 6 players seem to be the ones making it to Worlds or LCQ every year, depending on how many spots there are. And they just switch around between them. One will make it, one will go LCQ, and then they've got to battle it out. It's sad to see that all 6 of these players across SSG and FUT can't make it to the World Finals directly, and that some have to go through the LCQ, because the caliber of these players is just so similar. But at the moment, SSG not being the team we usually see. 18 VT Zim.
That was a legitimate I was that surprised. 20 kills split between VT Zim and Doritos there. Great job from those two. VT Zim, 18 though. Often I stress how unimportant the kills are in Brawl Ball, but when you do that, I gotta shout it out. So, heading over to Safe Zone. We'll see who's safe this time around. Space Station Gaming, are they mad? Do they come back with a vengeance into this one?
I mean, I hope for their sake they come back with a vengeance and try and win, because, you know, it just needs to be in their hands. They can't be, you know, watching the finals hoping that FUT lose for their chances at the World Finals spot. They want to be able to do it themselves and get some cash along with it whilst doing it. Collect going to be the first pick then. It's kind of been a bit hit or miss recently on this map. Well, not hit or miss. It usually either banned out or, you know, kind of randomly skips the picking phase depending on what compositions we see. And Byron going to be the first pick from SKC.
Along with Eve, who should always come to mind when you see a map with water, but we've seen a lot of Safe Zone, we've seen Canal Grande, and she has been kind of left out of the conversation largely. So Eve showing up here where you should expect her, but recently teams have opted away from Eve, but opting into 2 large cone attacks here. Gale and Frank showing up. So a lot of control coming out from Space Station Gaming, but a ton of damage on the safe, obviously, with Colette and the Hypercharge, and then Griff for SK Kalalas.
But how risky is that? Bringing Frank in on safe zone when you're one down and you need to get this win in the bag. It's not for me. Like, I'm not saying it might not work, but I'm saying the risk isn't really for me if I was having to be SSG at the moment. But they do have a good amount of HP for a small amount of damage, or except from the Griff on the side of SKC.
I think it's all about this jump pad. Gale provides the jump pad. Otherwise, Frank is just, you know, up a creek, no paddle, etc. Really important. Frank's just going to slam on the safe, and everybody's going to ignore him. SK Kalalis, though, can't really find themselves with a great angle. That said, they're competing with the damage that Frank is just slowly chipping away at this safe. He's not exactly a crow here, but he's getting it done.
Well, Firecrow's coming back in, but the spawnables from Eve. Cloudog looks like he's just going to go for the base race, which might not be the best idea, considering Cowbear might be able to get on the safe now. Everything's pushing in, it's so close, but the splash of Doritos will finish it. And this is what I mean. SSG going to go for the risk, going to go for the base race, and lose in a position where they need to win.
Oh, man. The Frank there just looking like a RuneScape character mining. Just blomp. Nobody threatening him. He doesn't even move at all, just hitting the attack over and over again. 2,500-ish damage on the safe each shot. Not a ton, but Adinho, just sat there unable to make it happen as SK Kalalis just surged forward and sure, take the base raise versus the Frank. Winds up in their favor. So SK Kalalis with the first set and the first game of the second set versus Space Station Gaming. I sound surprised because I am.
Well, a bit of a different approach this time. It's definitely been 50-50 in the mid so far, but it is Space Station who have this damage lead. Going to throw out that super onto the left-hand side and just hope that it comes out before Adinho can get it down, which I don't think it will. And a little bit of a waste there from VT's in, but Cabo has some good control on the right-hand side, and Adinho with some much-needed aggression for SSG.
Much different game here as Kalalis are paying attention to the Frank this time around. Last time, literally, Frank hit the Gale jump pad and didn't ever move. Now, SK Kalalis playing a little bit more D. As a result, it's actually worse for them. Space Station Gaming doing 25% and SKC only finding 5 so far.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the range that they've got in comparison to the Frank, in comparison to the Gale, all they need is that one push with the Griff, with the Byron, and having a bit of backup from the Evil on there as well. But Adinho just going to continue this cycle in, get the super off, and make the connection onto Cowbear as well. Much better stuff from SSG. And there's the Hyperchargers rolling on in. This should surely be the game now. Stun's not going to make any connections, but I don't think that matters too much. They should have stayed in here and got the finish if they don't get it, but they did. And that evens things out in safe zone.
One of the more answerless victories that we've seen here. 5% done by SK Kalalis, and a ton of momentum just immediately stopped. Very important victory for Space Station, and important that they win it that way. 5%, that's it. So a nice adaptation from the red team here, Space Station Gaming. And SK Kalalis now again, wanting to finding themselves two above 0 on the set versus split 1-1, very different. So Kalalis starting this one off roughly 50% and counting as Adinho still in the back line.
Well, falling apart now. SKC after a good start, and they can't really leave him now. They could take the base race with
what?
Maybe they can leave him. I mean, take the base race when it's 100-100, not 140, and Frank's still on the safe and just now getting defended by the Eve. But that is the most questionable thing I've ever seen in my entire life. What?
Very rarely do I come up here and call things black and white. Very rarely. I think in competition, there's always room for error. There's always room to dial down and say maybe or what if or they were thinking this. Trav, I think that was just the wrong choice. What are you doing there? What are you doing?
I don't know what to say. He just completely left him. Like, you might not be able to kill him. You might think, oh, I've lost the game. You still try to get the shots and you still try to get the angle, keep him off your safe, rather than just let him have free roam. Like, they only just won the base race when it was 100-100. And this one started at 100-40, and they still attempt it. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, a little bit rough. Like I said, rarely am I the guy that says that was a mistake, professional player, but I got to look at that one and you know, call it how I see it. Sometimes when you're so far behind, you just go, all right, we lose this one. And then you use this time to sort of talk about the draft for the next one. You go, all right, listen, safe zone is over. What are we picking for shooting star next, right? Like that's what you go ahead and do. But it didn't even look like that because they sort of went back for a moment. And just very, very curious play here coming out from SKC. And again, the team that looked fantastic in set 1 and even the first game of set 2. So hopefully for them and their fans, not something that lingers for the rest of the contest, but 7 kills from the Byron, still not enough, as Adinho, that hypercharge and just the stick-to-itiveness from the Frank player making it happen.
Yeah, so 7 from Doritos. Can't really complain too much about that, but I mean, this is what the difference between stats and the actual game is. I mean, he's the man who kind of just left the Frank to free roam the safe, so although he's done pretty much the best DPS and kills in the entire match, doesn't really reflect to what we were seeing. Definitely a bit questionable from SKC, but we're moving on. We're heading on to Shooting Star, I believe it will be next. So definitely got a bit of a chance to bounce back, as it's definitely, it should be a different vibe. I'm not sure if I'd have said I expected Frank in Safe Zone either, so who knows what we're going to see in Shooting Star.
ton of question marks for sure. Would you eat that burger?
No.
No. Make ready said eat that burger, I think.
I'm down for that.
Burger of mosquitoes, just all bugs. I'm here for it. Sorry, Angelo. My bad. Bounty, Shooting Star. Might see some Angelo here. More likely to see him banned out. Long-range brawlers certainly always come to mind when it comes to Bounty, but on Shooting Star specifically, I do look towards some throwers. Larry and Laurie definitely going to come to mind and be interesting. Was this the one that we saw Grom played on last set?
Yes, I believe so. It's a thrower that's not really seen, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
No throwers are banned out here, so I'd be surprised if we see it again. Gene is going to be the first pick coming in from SSG then, and I don't mind it. I love a Gene no matter where it is. Hypercharge definitely occasionally can make it your scenario a bit worse, but occasionally it can change the game.
I think it's straight up worse, which is an interesting balance because it makes him, you know, harder, better, faster, stronger. Like all the stats come along, but you kind of can't super then because you're pulling 3 players towards your lonesome self. So it's actually a really interesting. I honestly love the design choice, but we'll get out of academia and back onto the battlefield here. Barry making his first South American debut here today. And an interesting brawler, a little bit of healing, a little bit of dealing, does both. Some strong control, though. That leg sweep, really, really fun. So eager to see how Barry winds up playing here on this map in this game mode. Across the way, Pam.
Yeah, I mean, if they've got a Berry, I'm rolling with something like a Tick here, maybe. They can go with a Max, just all-out aggression. Pair that with a Pam, and you're going to be able to tank a lot of shots, so I don't mind it, and especially with the Gene as well. Max speed to the Gene pull is always a combination. It's as old as time. It's as old as time itself, that combo, so we'll see what SK Kalalis' answer to that is, and they're going to go with a Lola. Need something with that wide spread that's going to be able to hit regardless of speed, so I don't hate it.
A lot of, honestly, South America keeping us on our toes here today. Lola, not really a brawler that we've seen all that often lately. We got some Grom earlier. A lot of strange picks, but, you know, they're oddball picks that don't come from nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see why you're doing it. Just been a while.
Yeah, I mean, other than the Berry, obviously, I feel like these comps have been seen time and time again. You know, this Max Pam comp has been around for quite a while as well. Flyco was very aggressive early on, but actually survives it thanks to Adinho's help and the healing that he's going to provide in his radius. And they are being pushed back, but the blue star is in their hands, so the lead is as well. And Kaido retreating to Adinho's arms as well.
Big ball of death here from Space Station Gaming. Everybody just so fast thanks to Max. Able to find 1 or 2 here, so it's 3 above 1. Just 1 kill as the blue star counts. So now the ball of death from SK Kalalas. Bunch of supers. Barry using that super to heal up his teammates. We're seeing that more than we're seeing him go aggressive, as you can just see how healthy SKC is. But Space Station Gaming play it safe. They hide behind the wall. They don't take much damage. Doritos still just pocket healing his squad. Look at that, over and over again. Nobody's dying.
Supers. It's just chaining supers. It's crazy. Like, it's just a Pam healing station versus Berry healing, and that's it. But there's the hypercharge. We were talking about it before. Sometimes it carries, sometimes it throws, but this time for Adinho, it's put Space Station further in the lead.
All right. I think I'm still largely a hater, but I've been proven wrong. That is the first time I have seen that one work out well. Well, nice play by Space Station Gaming. I think it also has to do with how this team is playing. Everybody grouped up in this ball of death. Both teams just completely coalesced here together. 20 seconds. And SK Kalalas need to make something happen. Nice little bump there from VT Zim to deny the kill post-pull. Still nothing finding on his own side. Single digits here now, Trav. And it looks like SK Kalalas might come up a little bit short. 2 kills will confirm it, but they can't find him. And SSG bite first.
Crazy stuff. I mean, there it is. Look, that even tries to super away from it and still gets grabbed by that hypercharged pull of Adinho. Brilliant stuff from him. That's what kind of secured that win for Space Station. So really nice from them. And it genuinely was just a complete heal off all game long. The Gene and Pam heals versus the Berry heals. And it was so even through the majority of it. But that one little hypercharge changed the tide of the game.
We have to bring up this healing. So the Pam station and the Berry, I mean, they were full HP this entire contest. Hoping to do the same, but a little bit different with the W this time for SKC. But Max is gonna press go, and now Space Station Gaming on the offensive.
Well, thrilling matchup here in Shooting Stars. Just so much going on. Calibet's so low, though. It's going to go down. Adinho must be close to his pull. He went very aggressive there. Kind of stepped out of where you'd usually go. But now he does have this pull, and Calibet seems to be oblivious to the fact that he does, as he walks straight into the line of sight of Adinho and gets punished for it.
Walks into the LOS and also away from the ice cream heal from Doritos. Not a great look there for the Lola player. All by himself. Doritos is like, please come back. I want to heal you. And has to chase down his carry. Still healing up here. SK Kalalas, 2-3. Closer game than last time, but 45 seconds on the clock. Seems like an eternity, to be honest with you. But both teams just... whole lot of shooting, whole lot of nothing, though.
Gene pull is that... he kind of flicked to the side and went for a different target. Just fell short of Calibet there and didn't have his ego with him to be able to tank it either. So would have been a brilliant pull. Doritos using another super strength and the heals down. And now there's a lack of a Pam turret, and that means go for SK Kalalas. But Gene pull here again. Toolbox going to be providing the tank for now. Oh, the ego just tanks that as well. Just not able to get it done. Calibet standing tall, but it's just not going to be enough. Space Station getting so much damage in. VT Zim should be coming out of mech soon. A little phase shift away. Still time. They're still pressing on, but with no mech. No chance for SKC and SSG. Get it done and move up 2-1, I mean.
Nice stuff there. You know, I want to address the SKC comp because the healing is obviously insane, but I mean, we see a ton of healing, but what didn't we see? Enough damage to take players down. Berry was so focused on keeping his teammates at 100% that he just wasn't dealing outwards. He was just healing inwards. And so it was cool and exciting to see the fact that all these players were just at 100% to 90% HP the entire time until Space Station Gaming said, all right, all gas go, you guys die. And Berry just wasn't dealing the damage that the team needed to find the offense, I think.
It did seem that way. I mean, you know, they had the Meg, they had the Lola, they have the DPS. But at such a distance away, you kind of just still tickling them, you know? And with the gene pool being built up, with max speeds being built up, you know, just by max moving, never mind actually connecting the shots, you're not really going to be lasting too long. You know, it's a heal off, it's going to be a long game, there's going to be barely any kills, but then they don't have the ability to just kind of spring into action and go like Space Station did, and that's a big downfall. See, that's what I mean, 490 DPS and no kills.
490 on Cow, 444 on VTZim. Like, yeah, those numbers are really high. But you had the Pam healing station on the other side, right? And so they were using it also to absorb some of the damage that was coming in. So it was healing, it was also blocking. And then, of course, I mean, Max is just phase shifting around, so you're not getting hit by that. Pam is standing in front of her two utility brawlers. So, yeah, SK Kalalas are pumping a whole bunch of damage into a tank, her deployable, and SK Kalalas are dealing some damage, but realistically healing more than anything. I think Doritos needed to pull up some more damage, because we've got the numbers here. Doritos was putting out almost 1,300 healing per second, having 1289 HPS on this brawler. That's an insane number there, Trav. But the DPS is just 123, and that's why they wound up losing it.
Yeah, I mean, that amount of healing per second is just ridiculous. It's almost out healing all the damage done per second that Space Station were doing. You're kind of like, oh, how did they actually manage to get any kills then? It's just those split seconds where those gene pulls hit, where the max speed was used, where they were able to get the focus down in DPS and kind of bump their average up. Definitely helps out Space Station there. So they're just one set away now from getting to the grand finals and playing against Foot for all of the glory.
Yeah, they found their moments. These games, they're not about sustained DPS. Like we like that stat because I think it illustrates something, but it doesn't illustrate, you know, where these takedowns happen. You're just constantly pumping out damage, but it really is, like you said, on that gene pull, bang, puts it in. That's what you're looking for. And so your DPS might even be low, big picture. But as long as you find those kills, that's what's actually bringing home the stars. And so now we're searching for gems here in Undermine. No Kit, no Gale, no Meg on the left-hand side, and Space Station Gaming banning out Amber, Crow, Stu, leaving that first selection overall to be Max.
Well, I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. Quite rare to see Max being used this much these days, I will say, but you know, I'm sure they're probably feeling it after the last set where it worked so well. But SKC are going to be the next two. Get to see the Chester. Good pick down one of these sides. You know, when you get that fan of shots, goes, you know, 1, 3, you start to cover more ground, and Nightfall, more grass will be kind of unable to sneak through if they do choose to go something down those lanes, which requires that close range. M's going to follow up as well. We've seen it again before, but it was used by SSG and it wasn't successful. I don't mind it here, but I think there's better picks.
I like her, man. I mean, she's the Amber band. She's one of the better sweepers. Even in that mid, she can pop the super. I like M's. Just haven't seen her lately, but I think she's always valuable in heavy grass maps.
She is. She is very, very valuable, but we'll see how valuable it will be. Surge going to roll on in, and hopefully, for SSG's sake, won't be stuck at those low levels. You need the range to be able to contest these sides and kind of not get caught off guard. But SKC do still have one left. Surely got to be a mid, or at least you'd expect. It's going to be rough, so I'm not sure if that's going to be kind of playing down lane and Chester through mid. But it does seem like there's a serious lack of that solidified mid for SKC. I like, when you kind of question who's going to be playing there, it kind of makes me question the comp a little bit.
I agree. I think we're going to see Ruffs mid. This is a composition, actually, as more and more brawlers come out. Ruffs, who I have previously called an evergreen brawler, I feel like Ruffs gets, his stock falls down ever so slightly because more and more brawlers come out with piercing basic attacks. And so his sandbags are valuable here. This is actually a matchup where the sandbags can do some work. I expect to see him in the mid. It's going to be Doritos mid on the Chester. No way Ams is going to play that mid position. She's too valuable to sweep out the grass. But right now, Kalalas, the first one's on the board with the first gem. But look at Kyle Dog being cheeky, standing right here on the enemy side, waiting for the mid laner. And VTZim falling down already. So 3-2, wave to wave. That wall break is huge.
The wall break comes in, but also at the same time, it's kind of like when Kyle Dog gets level 3, which he already has, good luck. because you haven't got anything to match it, and he can just shoot from left to mid now, and you're kind of very, very stuck at this point, especially when he gets level 4, and now it's going to spray everybody. Not sure if that wall break was really for me that VTZim did there. Kyle went very low here. Doritos and VTZim all the same friend zone are used, and they just can't find anything. Speed there. VTZim going to get taken down. Doritos should be following shortly after with a little pinch in, and he does. I mean, what can you say?
Yeah, Kyle Dog did a ton of work there. Was it just Kyle Dog on the offensive, or what else was the team bringing? Because I saw Kyle Dog just kind of killing it.
I mean, it didn't seem like there was much offense other than him, to be fair, but that's all they needed. So, I mean, you're not going to complain at it, really, and I'm sure Space Station aren't, because it seems like they've been gifted a free set here, or at least a free match point so far. The Space Station really in control of that and had no real pushback from SKC whatsoever.
Yeah, we got into game, and already things had, started popping off. We got into game, and we saw Kyle Dog on the enemy side of the map just waiting. Ruffs had already eaten it in mid. This one just started bad from the get-go on Kalalas' side. Ruffs again dies early. So, no, it was Ruffs walking up that left side, getting killed by Kyle Dog. We're going to do the same verse, same song.
What are the sandbags for if you can't win your lane early? Because that's what they're meant to be so useful before he gets level 3, before he gets that range to be able to beat it, and he places them when he's dying every single time. Like, it just seems like they're just so defeated at this point. Dorito's going to be so low, the mid's going to be taken down, same wall break again, and he's already got level 3.
A little bit rough here for Kalalas. They started this match off, fantastically. They started this set off kind of the opposite of how they started the match, to be honest. As sunny as it was in set 1, it is gloomy here in this last one. Space Station Gaming obviously took the first game, so if they win this one, Trav, they're going to the finals here.
Well,
looks like it might be
exactly what we need to see. Like, Edinho's coming in now. Super going to be there, bouncing even more thanks to the hypercharge. Doritos so low, multiple launch comes through. Edinho gets a lot of damage in, but Calbear just holding this side nicely. But SSG, after that kill on VTZim, definitely jumped out a bit more. Great dash. That stun would have been huge for Doritos.
4-8. Space Station Gaming on the good side with good mid control. Popped over the wall. Kyle Dog actually goes down. Great job from the Chester player, but it was all Kyle Dog the first time, and his team comes through in the second game when it counts. Help from the rest of the squad, and Space Station Gaming help themselves to another finals. They will be going head-to-head against Foot. Winner takes all. What an exciting semifinals. I'm very glad that Kalalas gave us something to dance for, because the beginning of this set seemed very, very different.
I just don't know how you can start so strong in set 1 and look so good, and how it all went so downhill from there. SSG bringing it back, and I think I speak for everybody when we say I'm honestly quite glad they did, because this is the ultimate showdown that we waited for. It's SSG versus Foot in the final, and winner takes the lot and heads to Worlds, and the loser forced to try it out at LCQ.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It would have been fun to see SK Kalalas make it happen. I mean, just the surprising, the oh my goodness, who would have guessed? And again, if SK Kalalas had won grand finals, they are still in the running. They could have made it to the last chance qualifier. Unfortunately, despite this incredible start to this match, it all went Pete Tong a little bit down the line, and they find themselves losing it in spectacular fashion, frankly. 0 kills for Kyle, and just again the 1, 2, 3 from Doritos. So SK Kalalas falling on down here. Are bad with the numbers, but not a great look here. And Space Station Gaming have the best look and take it 3 above 1.
I mean, just disappointment from SKC, to be honest with you. Firecrow going to take that MVP vote from the community. Obviously, thanks to everybody voting at event.brawlstars.com. Get on there if you're not already, to be able to get these kind of submissions and get the points and get the rewards from it as well. But SSG do reign victorious. They head to the finals. They're going to be facing off against Foot, and Firecrow with a huge performance to get them there.
There we go. Those are the right numbers. So Doritos on that mid Chester. Top kills, but you know, pales in comparison to what Dino has with the 10. And it's wild because both Trav and I, especially in that first game, it seemed to be all Kyle Dog, but Dino really coming through in the clutch and hitting double digits.
Yeah, great performance from him on that Rico. 10 kills and big DPS as well. But Kydog, as you say, in that first game, we were really singing his praises. And it seems like we do that a lot with Kydog, to be honest with you. So shows the kind of player he is. That individual prowess that he brings to the team is kind of unmatched by anybody else in this region. And intrigued to see it going forwards in the finals.
Yeah, man, like, listen, before we break, as a commentator, I'm aware when you're kind of like hyping up one guy a lot, but every time I return and he just plays like that. So sometimes you got to give credit where credit is due. But we're paying in cash for our grand finals. Foot versus Space Station Gaming. Winner goes to Worlds. We'll be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Unbelievable scenes here.
It's live.
He finds it in the final seconds.
It's legendary.
Oh my word.
It's the last chance qualifier. And this year we're going bigger than ever at the biggest game conference in the world, Gamescom. It all goes down in Cologne, Germany, August 24th and 25th. 12 teams from around the world will battle for the last 4 tickets to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
And it's done. They do it. They are going to the World Finals.
For a chance to lift the championship trophy and cement their legacy in Brawl Stars history. Watch the action, interact, earn rewards. Watch live August 24th and 25th so you don't miss a minute of the last chance qualifier. Let the brawling begin.
Hello and welcome back to the BSC. It's F. It's Arc, it's Trav, and it's grand finals time here in South America. We've got the 2 teams in front of us. It's been a wild day, to be honest with you. We saw SK Kalalas wind up beating up Team Queso, which came as a surprise to a couple of folks. And they even started their matchup versus Space Station Gaming pretty hot, but it quickly cooled it down. And then on the top side arc, we got to see Radu PL take down Maruekas, which was on our sister stream. Shout out to Spoo and Sunny. Fantastic commentators, really bringing us fantastic matches there. It is RDP that winds up making it through, who ultimately fall down to Foot, who have been, Arc, the cleanest team today, in my opinion.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, you look at that. There's been 3 sets dropped throughout the entire day, and one of them was Space Station in the semifinals. And it obviously means, of course, that Team Queso will lock themselves in for LCQ because the SK Kalalas stream is diminished now. But the grand finals, we're all looking pretty united with because they, as you say, are looking to be the most consistent and strongest team today.
I mean, this is the anime storyline for me, Trav. Like, I know you're a big anime fan, but this is like that classic kind of shonen storyline where it's just you've got this Space Station Gaming larger than life team, Kyle Dog, best player in the region, OMG, and then Foot, previously an unsponsored team, just kind of clawing their way through every month, getting better, and then finally kind of passing the big brother. We got to see him play it out here, but I mean, looking like the better team today.
They really are. Their drafts have been absolutely phenomenal. I've got to appreciate the fact that this one goes right, F. Dot. You're going to be 7 for 7. I mean, like, that's a big thing. It's a big thing. I'm not sure if it's happened that often throughout the entire years that I've done BSC, no matter about this. But it is Foot Esports versus SSG in the grand finals. Motep, Hubi, and Pekka going to be going at it. Perfect drafts, great gameplay is what they bring to the table. And SSG seem like they might be in a bit of a loss at the moment.
You always bring up the drafts. Gotta echo that sentiment, and of course, gotta drop the coach as well. Roll, such a huge player on this team for sure. And yes, I'm going to call him a player, man. This is a squad where we're seeing that notebook pay dividends. Arc, very rarely are games won in picks and bans, but we say rarely because it's not never. And if it ever happens, it's probably for Food.
Yeah, and looking at drafts, I've much preferred what Foot Esports have been doing with their drafts today over Space Station Gaming. Definitely more question marks for me on that side of the field. But nonetheless, I think Space Station Gaming can go back to their old ways. This is going to be very tough today, having looked at their performance. But for Foot Esports, very much the opposite. Absolutely on point. Haven't dropped a set today. They only dropped one set in the grand finals last month against Space Station in June. That's just one set over the course of 2 monthly finals so far to date. I mean, quite incredible stuff. And off the back of a LAN win as well, spirits have got to be high following that. And Brawl certainly a key component in that process.
Huge teams, larger than life. Across the way, we've got the Foot Esports guys, Kyle Dog, Fire Crow, and Adinho. Is the Space Station Gaming team for sure. Foot is going to be represented across the way. And so these are the once upon a time #1 team, and up until extremely recently, still the #1 team. I would venture, I think that Foot has leapfrogged for sure. But Space Station has legacy. They have a long history of just being those guys. But from their performances today here, Trav, I'm going to need them to fix things, because not only did SK Kalalas threaten them, but also earlier, iWorlds was making some noise against them as well. And those teams, no disrespect to anybody, they're not Foot.
I mean, that's the thing. Those kind of teams shouldn't be putting up much of an issue for Space Station. And, the fact that they have been is quite worrying, considering how much of a breeze it's been for Foot Esports over the past 3 months now. They've won 2 in a row. And as I said, they won a LAN, and they're in winning ways, or winning form, I should say, here in July monthly final, the last of the year. And this decides it all. Space Station, they won the first 2. They might have got to the final in the next ones, but they haven't been able to crack Foot for quite some time.
Going to be a tough one. Heist, hot potato is where we'll start. Trav, you went with Foot, as did the rest of us. Me and Ark are going to be on the horn, but any last words before we jump into the grand finals?
I mean, my last words are I'm surprised it's Space Station sided. They might be higher on the leaderboards at the moment, but Foot seem to be the better team to me. So I'd have had this probably flip the other way in terms of predictions.
I think it's all about that fan power. Trav, thank you so much. Been a pleasure. We will see you after the jump. And Ark, yeah, I think this really illustrates, Space Station Gaming is a giant brand. Very cool of them to always be sticking around Brawl here and coming on through, repping this team. I think we've got history on Space Station Gaming side, and of course, a little bit of that Org love as well, as far as the fan vote is concerned. But very much a 50-50, if you ask the experts. Picks and bans are out. Colette, Ruffs, Crow, Meg, Frank, and one more as Rico. That's your favorite guy being picked up on that first overall.
Yeah, always a great thing to see. Love that. I love the ban of the Frank as well. The Melody, quite a underrated ban, it seems like this month specifically, because she's dropped away from the meta somewhat, but definitely in Heist. Still one of her best game modes. Barley coming in as well. Again, the Hypercharge really elevating that particular brawler, but there's still some options available. You know, looking at Nita, potentially here, Cole could break open a lot of this and distract away from what the Rico is trying to achieve. But then again, Space Station going with the thrower first implies that they're not really looking to break some of those walls because they want to keep them for the Barley. So the Gale coming in as well is a bit of a tank countermeasure, but the Frank is banned, so I'm not necessarily expecting too much in that front. Maybe FUT Esports might be considering a Primo at some point, and that's kind of where they're putting that in the back pocket, because that is a bit of a FUT Esports pick.
I mean, Hot Potato is certainly a map that allows some tanks to be played here. The unbreakable walls really give some coverage to just kind of waddle up the map. I do think Gale, traditionally thought of as a tank counter, I think Gale is just a strong control brawler, whether or not you have a trillion HP points these days. So I'm a big fan of the Gale. I will admit that once upon a time, my favorite brawler might have been Squeak, but these days I might lean towards that old man. Different old man across the way, though. Mike and Surge rounding out the Rico draft.
Well, Chuck's available here, but the Surge is kind of a really good, strong counter to it, and that's why the Larry and Laurie as well. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, you know, that Surge really does shut down the Chuck pick. So despite it not being banned and being incredibly high in the ban rates and also the win rates, of course, I don't mind that adaptation towards the Larry and Laurie for the simple reason that the Surge on defense is that countermeasure that FUT Esports have already put in place. So some smart drafting there on the side of FUT Esports and obviously Roll as well. So I quite like what they were thinking with it. Could Space Station Gaming have already ventured towards it? I think so. It wouldn't have been out of the question and try to outplay that defense, but nonetheless, I think that double thrower could be tricky here for Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this draft coming out from FUT. They really wanted SSG to pick Chuck. The Mike and the Surge are going to disrupt the train man. They tried to bait Space Station into picking the Chuck, and going Larry and Laurie was Giga Brain. This was real smart from Space Station to avoid that bait. Oh, I got so excited about that draft. That was so cool for FUT. But now we got to play it on the battlefield. So jumping on in here. Hot Potato. Right away. Just a tickle. Onto FUT's safe. As Firecrow walks out up here, might be able to get a little bit more damage now on that left side lane. Motep barely alive though, so Adinho might be able to shut down this mid.
Well, Motep running multiple launcher, and I think Robert retreat there as well as a star power, but I wouldn't have minded, honestly, Bouncy Castle for the heals on this particular map, considering the matchup, but nonetheless, going to be going for some of those potential shots to ricochet through the walls and find their targets. Obviously, Motep wants that hypercharge realistically there, and he can really cause some problems, but so far, SSG doing pretty well on the defensive there. Good connection from Motep, but not too much more than anything more than any takedowns there. You believe popping the gadget there as well. I think he really does need to get off those surge stacks. He's been struggling this game so far, and SSG doing a great job to deter against getting him forwards in terms of that progression.
Yeah, the usage of the throwers to deny Hoobi any real use of that super to level up, big deal. And also, you know, I see what you're saying about the bouncy castle, but the damage output that Motep has with some of the other options, real smooth there. You see him winning on the left side with that multi-ball. So a nice play here coming out from FUT. But unfortunately for them and their fans, Space Station winning by a lot, actually. Almost unscathed at 98% and dealing just under 40 to their opposition, FUT.
And that huge bomb from Dynamix opened up so much of the map, which is not helping the Surge in any way. It was a great draft idea to really counter out that Chuck beforehand of seeing it, but now it's really being the thorn in their side, and Jubilee just really struggling to really find anything much to help his team. And FUT Esports are behind. Big blow there from the Gales, knocking down then FUT Esports into a different position. They can't really do much to defend this at all either. It's going to go the way of Space Station Gaming for this first game. Certainly some learnings to be had from FUT on this first outset, because that was pretty solid.
I mean, this was really solid, and it's kind of funny because I'm oversimplifying here. Space Station Gaming are smart guys that do good drafts sometimes, and FUT absolutely have the mechanics. But in an oversimplification, you could look at this as brains versus brawn, right? Space Station Gaming, Cowdog just is known for just being better than you, and then FUT has really made a name for themselves on the way of the draft. And FUT, I think, had a beautiful draft, but Space Station Gaming big-brained it. They didn't take the bait, and they're playing around the Surge real nicely. So this is Space Station Gaming playing intelligently rather than just fuerte, and I like it.
Again, Juby just really struggling to get anything from this surge pick. Nice stun there from Pekka. The follow-up as well is good. It's got super now to hand. Might be able to find a connection on Adini, but it is a high-risk thing to do. Motep still doing a good job of this left-hand side, but it is SSG that are showing a lot of resistance for the defense, and Foot just can't seem to break through. Motep not going to find the kill that he needs him to fire on the left-hand side, but Adini falls. Pekka on the right-hand side is doing work right now.
Dog suffering. Hubi stepping forward, trying to make the play here, but he waits. He doesn't have the ammo. He doesn't take the shot. Jumping on and getting the turnaround onto the Gale, making a bad situation into a slightly better one. And this time around, Arc, 20% done by Foot. A much better look for them here.
Yeah, Hubi's in a much better spot, but Pekka now back in, and SSG in a very commanding position. Last call there from Kaidog will connect. The big bomb won't see his demise, and very, very close game. But now with SSG running through the mid, the shot's going to be landing on this safe. Vico going to the left-hand side to try to take care of Motep. Does so as well, and he's going to stay in position. That's going to be terrible for Esports. Pekka is getting some shots on the safe. Dynamite not going to do the most on the safe, though. Big bomb going to find a connection to Kaidog. The blowback is there. He's able to survive, and he's got the hypercharge now as well. The last call on the safe is going from bad to worse for Esports.
Real rough there for the mic. You've got to make those plays, Pekka. And most of the time, Pekka does make those plays. But a little bit of a whiff on there allows the Barley to step forward, use that HC like you were talking about, and do a ton of damage to the objective. Hubi getting walked down here by the puppet. 23% remains for Foot. Hubi does get the kill here, but they have a lot of work to do with just 20 seconds left.
Big bomb, big connection again from Pekka, and the follow-up is there from Motep, and Motep goes down. 12% left on the safe, and Firecrow's in a great spot to be down to land the final blow here as the Dino comes through the middle as well. They do find it. Space Station Gaming will take the first set.
Beautifully played around their opponent. That's really the big thing that I want to drive home. I'm really very impressed with Space Station Gaming not falling for the draft here. I think 8 out of 10 teams pick a Chuck. You know what I mean? They just go for it, and not falling for it. Space Station Gaming do that, and then play around the surge in that first one as well. Intelligent play from Space Station. I think their brains won this set.
Exactly that. You know, Chuck's got a 48% win rate for a reason, 21% pick rate, because a lot of the time he is banned at 72% of a ban rate, you know. And I think it was a smart move from Foot Esports to go with the surge. They were already banking though on SSG just committing to that Chuck pick, and you got to hand it to SSG there. They were smart enough to avoid it, to work around the issue, and it was the surge that was the weakest brawler on the side of Foot. They made what looked like to be a fantastic drafting choice end up to be the very thorn and the demise of that set for Esports. 10 takedowns for Kaidog. He was doing a fantastic job on that Barley, which I do prefer over the Dynamite pick, to be honest. I mean, the Dynamite doesn't really have that much synergy either with the Rico, which for Esports to have that on their side didn't really make much sense to me. Try and pair that Barley with that Rico if you can, but that wasn't really the case in the way that the draft went forwards, but it just serves to take away so much from what Motep could do. He could work the left-hand side for sure, but you want to kind of keep as many walls as possible really on this particular map. Fantastic job from Kaido there. 10 takedowns, 4 for Firecrow, 7 for Adinio, a full team effort, and Space Station Gaming starting strong.
I got to echo the statement you made about Dynamite. I think it hurt Motep. Again, I think the Dynamite pick was to deal with the potential Chuck, but he wasn't there, so you just messed up your teammate. Rip the dream. So we go to pinball dreams here in Brawl Ball. Certainly a different look this time around. I'm unbiased in this matchup. I really don't care who wins, Foot or Space Station. We're getting a good show either way. What I'm biased for, I want game 3s every set. I want to go to set 5 after 3 games every time. No more of this 2-0 nonsense, okay? Barry, first pick overall.
Yeah, one I can get behind for sure. Larry and Laurie banned, Surge and Barley for Foot, Max, Kit, and Frank for Space Station Gaming. I think this is actually a very strong Gale map, despite Frank being banned here as well. Could be definitely worth a consideration here. Meg gonna be the first choice for Space Station Gaming, and therefore I would like to see it kind of paired with that Gale, actually, because it could be quite a tough thing to counteract. Buster has a good time on this map as well. We haven't really seen too much of that particular brawler here today, but nonetheless, I feel like it does have quite a strong spot here. Sandy as well. You know, Chester going to be the brawler of choice here for Space Station Gaming, but I mean, there's plenty still of options available here for Esports to snap up.
By the way, if you're just joining us for our grand finals here, Barry made an appearance earlier, a couple of times, once on the B stream, once over here as well. Barry did 1,289 healing per second in the last time we saw him. He also lost that game and set, for what it's worth. Those numbers are certainly something to think about. The Gale and the Rico going to team up with the Barry. Something I did note in that last one was that Barry wasn't dealing any damage outwards. So a little bit of play style, because Barry doesn't have to do anything different to heal versus deal. It's just aim, right? Hit your opponent instead of your teammate. And the Rico going to bring some damage here, but some strong control out of the Gale. It's a well-rounded composition arc. I am worried they might lack some damage, but we'll see.
Stu, I mean, that's going to be Kydog for sure all day long. I just worry a little bit about that Gale on the side of Esports. This map can be shut down so easily with a twister, a single twister. I mean, often we see the spring trap come in a lot more these days, but on Brawl, without a wall break, except for the Chester, which is a bit more RNG as to whether you're going to be able to land that wall break anyway, or the Stu, sure, but I mean, Speed Zone for me would probably be the better of the gadgets on this particular map, maybe not. I mean, ultimately, it would be better to bring in, for me, the wall break potential, because it is quite hard to be able to bring the ball forward. So I think we can expect it on the Stu, to be fair, but nonetheless, the Gale can just shut down so many opportunities. You can just place it on top of the ball even in those moments of peril. So let's see how SSG come out of the gates, because I do worry that Stu pick in the hands of Kydog, we know what he can do, and it's dangerous.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot about this Stu pick as we see Space Station Gaming aggression paying off here. Right side cleaned up, left side as well. Mid, the Dino goes ahead and score. And a lot of times when you look at Stu, it's about playing defense and dodging opponents' shots. Well, you're not dodging much out of Foot between Barry and Gale. But that's not what KD was doing that first push. He was just being aggressive and gliding around the server. So a nice look there from SSG, but the response from Foot, that's a little bit more of what I expected to happen to any other Stu. It's Kydog Stu, so okay, that's why it happened, but yeah, we'll take a look as SSG on the offensive again.
Just done. The right-hand side there from Jubilee, but Kydog's amazing. He's there for the pass as well, and he gets it. The super shot is there, and the Space Station Gaming take the first game in spectacular fashion so quickly. I mean, that was a bit of a miss from Esports to leave him open. It's a Stu. He's going to have super available.
Yeah, 1 trillion%. That was just a... That was a real football moment, you know? That was just... oh, trying to do the splits there. Defender not quick enough. So unfortunate here for Foot Esports. Down a set. And on set point as well for Space Station, who all three of commentators up here went with Foot. All three of us said that Foot had a cleaner day than Space Station Gaming. And honestly, it's the truth. They did. But Space Station Gaming have come into this grand finals like a bat, just coming out. Friends with Mortis. They're making it happen here. Pass to Kydog in the mid. And Arc, a little bit slower of a game this time around.
Yeah, it's very tough to defend with this Rico pick, and it's, you know, it's a great brawler, don't get me wrong, it's got a 60% win rate, but it's just very difficult, especially with the Mega with so much survivability. Kydog being able to evade so many shots is really troublesome, really here for Foot Esports. They can't seem to shake with Kydog there, and Dino, nice stun there. Oh no, I was gonna say if that went in, it would have been beautiful from Kydog. We can see how dangerous he is as that Stu. He's just everywhere to be seen now with the takedown from Pekka. Somewhat of a saving grace here, but Foot Esports are looking shaky at best. They've got to start to get back to winning ways. Pekka's got the hypercharge as well, so maybe they can make something work here. There's no goal on the side from SSG just yet, so they can get one in the pocket, try to bring this back to set even, but Vico there with the takedown, opening up some space. It's a bad position here for Foot.
Motep gets aggressive towards KD. Space Station Gaming in general fall back. 45 seconds on the clock, scoreless after all that. And SSG guarding the ball. They're looking for a big pass play. Set Kyle Dog up, I think. Firecrow's the one holding at the moment, but good attention from Hoobie to pay attention to Stu there. Now counting down from 20. It looks like the ball might be pushed onto the red side of the map. Pekka with the ball passing to Hoobie. Walk up mid will meet resistance.
It's going to be a walking potential here. It's down to Pekka and he does score it. It's just in the nick of time. 10 seconds. It's no time at all for Space Station Gaming to get a return, but they're going to try for it, forcing themselves through the mid. Pekka stuns it out, gets a great connection as well. And that's going to be it for this game. And FUT Esports tie it up. What an opportunity now ahead of themselves.
A little bit, listen, nothing is lucky when you're talking about teams this strong at this stage of the contest, but they snuck that one through. They really snuck that one in there.
Great stuff. I mean, now a perilous position for FUT, because if they lose this game, down 2 sets they will be. For Space Station Gaming, they've got to be able to secure this, or FUT will be able to equalize and make it 1 set each. That would be the more appealing option for me, to be honest. I want to see this be going to the final set. Let's be honest. Pekka finding Kaido in a really nice spot into that corner, gets the takedown as well. This comes with great pop-off potential, but it's very hard to make work on the defense. But on the offense, you can see now FUT Esports cooking.
That's the Rico performance that this team was expecting. Magino barely hanging on. Kyle Dog can't do it. The voice line, and they just get hit by everything coming out from Rico. A couple of players stand up, but it doesn't matter. They just walk it on home.
What an aggressive outset that was. Pekka went absolutely to town, getting so many balls into that back net and just nowhere for SSG to go, and with the support from those heals as well from the Berry. But now the defense, this is where this comp struggles, and I'm a bit concerned now that Kaido's going to be coming back down the map as well with that Rico, with that Stu pick rather. It can break through, it can get a great shot on goal. We've already seen that FUT Esports drop the ball. They can't afford to do it now.
Dog drawing the ire of Pekka here, who has been the difference maker from game 1 to game 2, and it's been Pekka for me. Really seeing the Rico step up and make himself known here. 3-on-2, but not really a goal scoring opportunity. A minute on the clock, and FUT want to play stall. They've cornered the ball in their whole game to just keep Space Station Gaming away. So far so good, but a minute's an eternity. Wasted 20 seconds so far. Still 40 on the clock, though.
You are worse than me.
Yeah, as long as Hoobie can just keep everything suppressed for Kaido, because he is the key realistically here. He's got a twist of the hand that will go on the ball surely towards the end of this matchup. So a couple of seconds less really on the side of SSG to be able to push this unless they find a takedown of him. He's got hypercharge as well. He's looking for his super. Now he's got it as well. So this is a very tough position for SSG to actually push into. Firecrow's going to make for the run for the ball. No shots were made. Hypercharge is all left, right, and center though. And their team wipe surely. Kaido's the last pawn remaining, and he should fall here, but he's going to stay alive. It doesn't really matter. There's no time to get the ball back down the field, and this is going to be it. The set is going to be tied up for Esports equalize.
Fantastic performance, man. You know, Pekka, a big play there. Also real smart. Oh man, I hope we caught the replay of that last moment. It wasn't really like anything too exciting, so perhaps not. But you mentioned it, that the Gale had all of his options. So that's when Gale gets the scariest, is when he just has the super, the hypercharge, the gadget. He just has so many buttons to press, right? And we saw the attention, everybody going towards the ball on the left side. I think a lot of less talented players would have also joined that fray on the left side. Instead, he shades up towards mid, preventing any pass opportunity. Takes care of business there. And so if they win on the left side, or if they lose, it's nobody to pass to, no teammate help. And so that coverage from Hoobie was a huge deal. Love to see smart play like that. And like you mentioned, love to see a set go the distance. Nice. We got a contest.
Yeah, that was that moment. That was a fantastic pass. A great opportunity there for SSG to be able to land it, and land it they did. But Esports not quite prepared for it, didn't expect it, didn't see it coming. And to be honest, considering the way that SSG started, I kind of expected them to finish in that same flair, to be completely honest, because they were looking very convincing in the outset. And then FUT Esports gradually found their pace. realized that they were not doing fantastically well on defense, just adapted towards that second game and started to go much more on the aggressive early on. Great game for Jubilee there on 10 takedowns to the 8 of Pekka. Not too much promoted, but he's playing a support brawler, so I can understand it as well. The heals have got to be coming in to keep everyone alive, but I thought that that might be 2 sets up for Space Station Gaming, I'll be honest. Like, especially how they started, it was looking very, very scary. And with Kaidog on that stew, you know, we always talk about it, but he always delivers and always brings in the goods. Got a fantastic goal in that game. But aside from that, I think that's what kind of like made the catalyst for Esports to start to defend better against this, to bring up their levels of communication, really focus on bringing him down and deflating a lot of what the comp could bring. I thought Dino was playing a fantastic make in the early outset as well, but they were able to adapt on the side of foot, and Space Station now looking a bit more weak and weary.
Yeah, Space Station Kaidog, this was, I mean, what's the polite phrase for ego pick? Because I'm not, it's a specialist pick, right? Like, I'm not mad that he picked that. It's not the comp that you're going to really see the stew stuff in. Of course, if you're Kaidog, you are allowed to pick stew literally anywhere. But, you know, you're not exactly dodging Gale shots, right? So, worked out when they were all on offense, but couldn't exactly, like, dodge and weave through like we expect to see. Shifting gears here over to Flaring Phoenix, the Jeans, the Ticks, the RTs banned out, and Barry's gone alongside Frank and Piper, says Space Station. So first pick overall going to the Foot Esports squad, and it is the kit left open. Hoobie will pick the cat.
I was dying to call it as well. I could see it staring me in the face. I mean, it's knockout, you know, it's just like, it's gonna happen. Lily, though, is still available, quite a high ban rate for good reason. Buster is a really solid pick as well. They've got to take that away on the side of SSG from Foot Esports, to be honest, and that could be going for them. It could be going against them. It's never a bad pick, but certainly with the kit, it could do a lot more harm than good for Foot Esports, so better in their hands. Definitely wouldn't mind a thrower here to be had. Meg gonna come in. I mean, it's definitely a solid shout, but throwers here really can be quite rife, and Tick already banned out, but certainly Larry and Laurie can do a lot. Sprout here can do some wondrous stuff as well, so can shut down a lot of ideas in the puff ban. Pretty smart on the side of things, but Angelo still open here, can cause some big problems. Mandy can come in for Esports, so no doubt some range response is going to be there on the side of Space Station.
I think Space Station just have to respond to the kit choice with 2 brawlers that do well, you know what I mean, like the Buster and the Meg. I'm here with you. But I think that's why we see the Meg show up and the Shelly. Oh, y'all got tanks? What's up? Thump, thump, right? Like, that's what you do there. So Food have the Shelly kit combo. Mandy's going to hang out from a distance. And Space Station, there's that LNL that you were asking for. On the Space Station side, though, you like it?
I do like it. Shelly's a bit underrated here, actually. It can, if it pops off, and I'm assuming probably Pekka going to be on it, or maybe Pekka will be actually on the Mandy potentially, because it's like it's a lot of long range stuff. But I mean, it can do some work. I have some reservations on it, though. It really does have to do work. Like, you know, you're kind of banking on those like final moments in the gas. You can then have your opposition really force run you and just overthrow you, but let's see. I mean, it's good into Buster, it's good into Meg. We know that. That's 2 brawlers which Pekka's going to have a great time into. So let's see. But you see, SSG rushing straight in, and there's a potential double takedown here to happen on the side of SSG. That's huge. That's exactly how you play us against the Shelly. And as quickly as that, the round is theirs.
Huge play there from Space Station. I think they caught Foot sleeping just a little bit. I don't expect to see that happen again and again and again. One of the big things that wind up happening there is they deny Kit any ability to kind of like, you know, play that round, right? Like they don't want her to, she's scary, or he's scary rather. And so like, just, run at them, can't do the Kit thing. Round 2, we'll have to worry about it. Everybody on Foot has a super. But round 1, nah, just walk forward. Don't let him do anything. Hit him in the face.
I really do admire the way the SSG really are inside the minds of Foot Esports today, though. It always seems to be these 2 teams that just seem to know each other inside out. And I mean, it makes a lot of sense. They often are swapping rosters together. So, but ultimately, this is what Foot Esports were looking to achieve in the first game, is to sit back and wait for their time. But this time round, SSG already got the lead. It's down to Foot to make the move. And in the overtime stages, you know, this is where Buster can really shut down the Shelly. So I'm a bit concerned here for Pekka. The first side of the move is on the side of Foot, and SSG take care of house. It's 2 versus 2, 1 versus 2 now. Pekka's got to go all in on this one. It's not going to be an easy task whatsoever. And SSG clean it up. Very nicely done. And take the first game of knockout.
First time Space Station Gaming took advantage just by playing fast, exactly that aggression. Second time they meter it, and they let Foot make their own mistakes. Kit going in for the stun almost looked like, you know, a ranked play. Where are your teammates? Nobody's within range. A little bit rough there for Hubi as he jumps on a target and immediately gets turned on when his teammates have their hands in their pockets.
It's exactly the play for SSG. They've got to go aggressive early on before the utility starts to land for Pekka, for Motep. So that didn't work out nearly as well as the first game, however. So
ready for
have to rethink it. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing now for Foot Esports. They've learned their lesson. They can't afford that to happen twice, but might put Foot Esports in a better spot going into overtime. So SSG can't take their foot off the gas here. They've got to continue to keep the pressure on, but this is exactly what Foot were looking to try and achieve with this this kind of pick. Now the Bus has got shielding as well with the montage, so it's not going to be looking too great into overtime. Foot needs to kind of go now ready.
Well, Hubi's thinking about that super. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Gas coming on through. Hubi taking a swim. Pekka and Hubi left side. Motep by himself. Does have that long range though. Players pushing in now. Damage onto Kyodog, and the Buster falls down. Kit making it work. The 2v1 versus Fire Crow certainly going to go the way of Foot. Nice adaptation here from Foot. I saw a couple of things, mainly Hubi grouping up with the team. What caught your eye there that brought home the victory for Foot?
Well, the timing looked a little bit too late for me, but they made it work, and that was the time to go. Putting the Kit on the opposite on their own side and using it as the thrower, I think was quite key. Rather than just going in and immobilizing, getting that additional support, additional healing, keeping Peck alive. He is the kind of key to this comp working. He's the person that counters the Meg, counters the Buster. So you want to keep that brawler alive. So I think that was kind of smart to really combine the Kit with the Shelly in that overtime scenario there. Now, just both sides waiting it out, and of course, now the couple box coming out for Hubli. He might not be expecting this on the side of Kyodog. Coming in, 1, 2, gets 3, swipes them back. I quite like that from him. He's getting some good utility along the way, just keeping the pressure on, keeping SSG cautious around where he might be.
Yeah, if Kit winds up getting that, I really like the discipline there. Kit goes for the kill, and if it happens, hooray. If it doesn't, run away. A lot of players wind up sticking around too long there and dying. But now, it's time to go. Gas coming in here, bad positioning from Food. Kit might win this on the left-hand side. And here comes Pekka. Big shots out of the shotgun Shelly. But it's not good enough to find the exclamation point. Adinho winds up winning it there. He's got an extra life. Meg wins it again.
Yeah, great there from Kyodog. I mean, he is the person who's the best to stay on Pekka in those scenarios, and it almost went the way of Foot. That tiny little shot from the Meg out of mech form is never a good way to go, but very close. Pekka got some great value towards the end of those final seconds, but now such an important round. If SSG can capture this, there'll be 2 sets to 1. If the Esports can do so, then they'll be tied up in the games, and this set will continue on. Both sides for that same reason, then not being overly aggressive. They want to be cautious. I want to see more from Motep. I want to see a Mandy super that really kind of strikes home. Haven't really seen that from him just yet, and that might go a long way here.
I think this is a must-win for Foot. I think if it goes 2 above 1, I think we wind up seeing the spaceman sweep, so to speak, the 3-1. Here comes the Kit combining with the teammate. Motep gets the long-range kill, and Pekka gets the close-range kill. Still have to deal with the Meg. Pekka from around the corner, the stun, wins it. Like that, we are tied up here in Knockout.
I feel like Foot Esports have got their speakers on. They must do, because like as soon as I call it, Motep comes in with the goods and gets to take down the Larry and Laurie and just see how much of a difference it makes. You need that kind of takedown prior to those chaos moments in those final seconds of Knockout. It really does turn the tables massively. Let's see in this early outset what Foot Esports try to achieve here, and both sides looking to play the passive approach. So SSG actually adapting themselves, not going on the aggressive this time round. And it would be the play for me, but they want to get Kyodog super first hand before they do anything else and go from there realistically. But if they do find Motep's shots if Esports start to push forward just a little bit and creep forwards here, then Motep could find a few taps here and there, and then that super does mean a lot more.
We did find one. Paradog's gonna push up to try and punish it. A round that starts before the gas. A good one. Not making fun of that strat, by the way. I think it's good for everybody but Motep. Shorter range brawlers here. And even then, I mean, Motep obviously has still been successful, but it really is about Kit being by himself. I think that's one of the bigger issues that Food has had. And once Hubi groups up, we start to see a little bit more success.
Oh, that's been a really tough spot, but he finds two! Oh my goodness me, what an amazing clutch from him! It was looking bleak until that moment in time, and Foot Esports just come out of the gates and get a massive round!
Oh, the lineup for the Collat Blat, just like that. Motep. That is the entire reason they select Mandy. That's the, yeah, I bet you're mad, dude. You just got Mandied. That's a little rough. Great, man. That's just fun to watch.
Incredible stuff, and literally as soon as I call it, Motep starts absolutely popping off with the utility we were waiting for him to connect with. And now what a fantastic opportunity. Look at this for Esports of supers on all three sides of things. They can just wait their time, and as does she know that this is looking kind of bleak at this stage in time. They're about to go 2 sets up, and now they're potentially looking at being 1 set down here. 2-1 is going to go away regardless for one of these two teams, but for Space Station Gaming, they need 2 rounds now. The gas is closing in. Kaidog has got to come in really huge here. He's got to deflate what Pekka's going to bring here and try to put his team back on the map.
Hubi's thinking about the super. It will be the backpack. Hubi and Pekka hang out. Motep fires the super, but it's blocked by Kaidog. Fantastic use of the montage. The double players coming on through. Hubi winds up winning it all by himself in the end. Great play on the Kit. That's why she's banned most of the time. And then the team coming on through. Look at Roll. The team gets the win, and immediately he's yapping. Immediately he's yapping. He's just like, all right, I know you guys got the W. We're going to open business, and we got to talk strats already. It's not over yet. I love to see that approach to business.
Absolutely so. Eyes on the prize and just keeping things calm and composed, because obviously players want to celebrate, of course, especially in this region, right? So you've got to have that to yourself. I mean, it's kind of funny. I said the Kaidog's got to pop off. He did block the Sugar Ray from the Mandy with the montage, which was incredible timing for him to be able to achieve that and really shut that idea down. But in the end, that Kit was able to clear up everything. But I mean, what an amazing set that really was. They had it all, and I mean, what looked like a draft at the beginning that this seemed a bit odd. I mean, the Shelly again, not for everyone, right? But there is a lot behind that's going on, and the strategy involved as to whether you play passive, whether you play aggressive, and you know, what utility you've got for those overtime scenarios. There was a lot of depth to that round, despite it looking a lot of the time like both teams were sort of sitting back. It all mattered, and you can see why.
Nah, they were sitting back. I really liked that, actually. It kind of gave us a chance to, you know, think about the compositions. And as a commentator, I'm never going to be upset about a chance to chat, obviously. But they just wanted a smaller arena. You know, you're playing Mag, you're playing the Buster. You want a smaller space. And then everybody on the side of Food, except for Motep, obviously wants that as well. The Collat was fun because a lot of times it's easy to blame the opponent for just standing one in front of the other, but that was a weird diagonal. It looked like a crossword puzzle, to be honest with you, how Motep was able to find that shot. Really, really cool stuff. And with this, 2 above 1, I mean, if Foot win this, they are going to Worlds. Space Station Gaming, same consequences, but they obviously have to win in our 5th set. We're only going to 4 here at the moment, so it's hot zone, open business that Foot are headed to. So, Ark, in that last one, I said, you know, I think this is a must-win for Foot, because if Space Station get the 2-1, I think they just win the next one. I'm not convinced that Foot are going to take this one hand over fist, but Space Station Gaming, I mean, this is the definition of the must-win.
I'll be honest, this is the best drafting that Space Station have had all day. So
yes,
they really are inside the minds of Foot. You cannot deny it. I mean, Foot are trying to be one step ahead, but every now and again, it's not the case. And SSG come out with something in the pocket that just turns things around, and it could go to the 5th very easily. But if Foot Esports get one game, you know, that in this set, that's going to require a full reverse sweep for Space Station Gaming to earn a ticket to the World Finals. That is a huge ask. There's so much pressure on that kind of thing, regardless of the, you know, the reward. And today is the day to get it right. So, Foot Esports, first pick and make bans being Colette, the Surge, and the Lou for open business. For Hot Zone, Kit, Gale, and the Larry and Laurie are banned out by Space Station Gaming. 2 picks to follow up here. Frank isn't banned here. The Gale is banned, so the Kit as well. Yeah, I mean, it kind of had to be. I mean, it's definitely open to some counters, no doubt about that. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a Sandy, even that's kind of quite a tough one to play into sometimes, and Sandy can get some good value off the back of a Frank, but I mean, ultimately, it's a good starting hand. They need to counter with this Chester. I was thinking of something a bit of a harder counter to have on that side of the field, because Foot Esports now can really have their choice of what they want to do to deal with this Frank wall break. They can just go to town, and something that's going to be quite hard to deal with on the side of Space Station Gaming.
Certainly something we got to keep an eye on. Barley, thrower, making himself known here. More important than thrower, important because of the map specific, but more important than the fact that he's a thrower is that area denial. He can cover the entire point with his super. That's also why Lou is banned out, covers the entire point with that super. And another Griff showing here in our monthly finals, in our grand finals of our monthly finals, as teams try to make themselves to world finals. And finally, Space Station Gaming looking at their final selection. How many times did I say finals?
I'll be honest, I wasn't counting. Stu.
Well, Stu's going to be here. Yeah, going for Stu to make it count.
I really wanted to shout out Griff, but I kind of do worry a bit about the lack of synergy between the Griff and the Barley. I mean, they're going to be depending upon leaving one side closed and opening up the other side, but then if the Frank wants to deviate and try to focus on the other side, then, I mean, it's, you know, it's a tough thing. They just can't open too much of the map on the side of Pekka, or, you know, Foot Esports and Adino as well, you know, or whoever's on that Frank, you know, they can just sit behind the wall, and despite the Barley being there, it's like, you know, especially when you got hypercharge and super, you're going to force back the Barley no matter what. But Esports might not have this necessarily in the draft. For me, I mean, possibly. They've certainly got the momentum, and that's the thing that counts the most in their circumstances right now, getting straight onto the zone. But watch out for this Frank. If it lands the shot and Kaido pops off as well, this could be control lost quickly.
Mozep going with that healing tonic. Kind of prototype Barry here. The super gonna shove players off that center point, but Kyle Dog wins the duel versus Hubi. And even though Pekka beats down Adino, he beats him down on the other side of the map. So Space Station Gaming have just been able to hang out this entire time, getting a third of the hot zone accomplished. All from, honestly, just a spacing from Adino.
This is my worry now. With the Barley there behind the wall, it's just not going to help out massively. So when Adino's got super and he's able to land it like that, consecutively so, and just kind of be so, yeah, so accurate with it, so consistent with it, kind of popping from the right-hand side, exactly what he needs to do, allowing Adino to stay up the front and just keep the pressure on. And in the meanwhile, look at this, 7 to 63%. Space Station Gaming is starting to run away with this game.
Man, look at Kyle Dog. This is the Stu performance that we were talking about. Question for you, Ark. I'll hold it. 90% here. Pekka trying to do anything to make it stop, but it just can't stop, won't stop. Space Station Gaming, game 1. Here's my question. Kyle Dog, best stew in the world?
I've heard, well, Semantic himself, who's renowned as being one of the best stews in EMEA, certainly last year, he himself said that he couldn't do the things that Kyle Dog does, and I think that carries a lot of weight. I mean, certainly there's a lot of tech going on in APAC, but I would say like that he's probably, in my opinion, the best stew in the world. I would like to see someone from APAC go against him this year, because they've been renowned for being very technical in that stew side of things, but he is just amazing, and he's doing everything that he has to do in this scenario. This is the perfect time for Space Station Gaming to bring this back, and I did have my concerns about the draft. Who'd be going to break open the entire left-hand side already wise, and maybe even break the right as well. But look at Kyle Dog here. It's just ridiculous how often he's able to stay alive.
I mean, man, 29 HP, that's 28 more than he needs. We bring it up all the time. Firecrow, Adinho, Kyle Dog, all three of these players are legends in their own right. But honestly, when the going gets tough and you need somebody to play hero ball, I wind up looking at Kyle Dog. This guy makes it happen. The ultimate comes out from Hubie, and Kyle Dog still able to take him down. It is a trade because Pekka's there. Not traded on the point. 50% done here by SSG and counting.
Yeah, it's really tough hypercharge now for Adina. Not going to find anything off the back of it, but just to keep the scare tactics alive, it works. You know, take it out of mech now, really tough for him. Frank Smash not going to connect either. Hubie's staying alive here on the left-hand side until then, and this is a really tough thing. I worried so much about this Barney against the Frank. It's just not able to really do much at all, and it just tickles the Frank, doesn't it, realistically here. One final ditch attempt for Esports to try to bring this one back. They clear out the Frank. Kydog is weak, one shot away. Pekka finds it as well. Maybe, just maybe, but Esports can claw this one back.
Very important to take down that Kyle Dog, but it is 13% remaining for Space Station, and just now, Food are passing that halfway point. So I think Space Station can lose this if they get a little too crazy, try to take this point too fast, but they come on, meter. Kyle Dog looking for Hubie, helping is Firecrow, and great performance from Space Station, but man, I'm shouting out KD.
Solid stuff. Solid stuff from Space Station Gaming, especially when you consider how the last set went. Momentum definitely were for Esports, 2 consecutive sets, and now we are all tied up. And, you know, I mean, I'm sure people wondering why the Frank wasn't banned. I mean, I might wonder myself a little bit, but there are countermeasures to Frank. You got to remember, these pro players focus so much more time on learning how to counter the strongest brawlers in the game than they do, like, looking to try to land the pick for the strongest brawler in the game. And I felt, to me, like the FUT Esports kind of countermeasures weren't there as much as they probably should have been. The Barley's a great brawler to have, but against the Frank, it's just going to really struggle to land anything realistically over time. It's just going to tickle the Frank. Sure, you get a last call from it, but nonetheless, there's a lot of ability to be able to juke those, and the Stu as well from Kydog, who, I mean, you know, you kind of got to consider banning Stu a lot of the time against Kydog specifically here, because, I mean, he's just able to survive so much and just pick up the scraps when he needs to. I mean, FUT Esports now definitely going to be struggling going to this fifth and final set to reset the mental. For Space Station Gaming, that was the most important set of the year to land.
Clutch Kyle. I mean, that is the definition of clutch. We are going to miss Worlds if we don't win this set. And Kyle Dog puts the team in the Jansport. 100%. Kyle Dog brought SSG here to set number 5. This was a phenomenal performance. I am so impressed. And the fun part is, Stu is hella fun to watch. We just get to watch him glide around the server, outplay everybody. I usually get excited about these out drafts, but sometimes you just outplay the opponent. Kyle Dog diff. That's what happened. And now it all comes down to a single set.
100%. You know, he really came in at the right time for his team, and you can see the energy as well for SSG now. The other side of things for Esports have got to still remain, you know, composed here and try to bring this one back. I mean, it had to be decided in the 5th. There's no doubt in my mind, but a tough draft now for FUT Esports. They've got to stay focused on the prize at hand. They can claw this one back. Not going to be easy. Bounty and hideout. Very open spaced map. Time to get this one right. Banning out the Mandy, I think, is probably high prioritizing. Ban the Meg. We see way too much of Meg at the moment, and it's often picked, and on this map, it'll be quite tough. Gray, definitely going to be a real threat here as well for me. Byron can't be underestimated here whatsoever. Andrew, got to kind of ban it. Lily, Piper, definitely all up there in the top 3 for bans on this map, and Gene can be that singular hand that you need to turn the tides in bounties. So there's a lot of threats. Tick for control as well. We've seen that Brawl kind of come back a lot more into those early first picks. It's quite good to have on a map like this as well, but wall break as well. There's so much to think about on this map, so many options available for both of these two teams.
Meg winds up being the brawler. She's the best brawler underneath the best brawlers. Does that make sense? Like, a lot of teams think that there's other things to ban, and I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, you know, we wind up just seeing the other bans come out. We wind up seeing the Bells, the Nannies, and the Ticks, and the RTs, and all right, we're just banning all the long-range stuff. So there's that for sure. Angelo is open. And SSG could go in that direction. But it's going to be the Pearl brawler that we've seen a fair amount of. I'd say she's a nice medium level selection. Ton of damage, obviously able to come out and big shield potential. But I'm with you, man. I think the Meg is really, really valuable.
Definitely one to consider picking up. I would say, yeah. I mean, its first pick potential is not quite there for the bans. I can understand that for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, it escapes through every single time. So, and on this map as well, you know, it can be really hard to push into as well.
She's on that cusp for me. Like the textbook tells you not to ban her because there's other brawlers to ban. But if you ban her, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So Gene, gonna be paired up here with the Meg. You don't want to get pulled into that sword. So certainly a nice look here as option over to Space Station.
8-bit. Ooh, that's an interesting one from SSG coming in. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Can outrange the Meg quite nicely so. And I mean, it's definitely going to struggle a little bit for maneuverability. That's where something... I'm surprised that Space Station banned the Max, to be honest, considering that going in with 8-bit and Pearl, both very slow and sluggish brawlers. I mean, Brock is going to be their third and final pick on this draft. And I don't mind it. It's always going to be a solid one. The wall break going to come in quite handy potentially here as well to allow both the Pearl and the 8-bit to do more. But so far, FUT Esports got a really good, solid starting hand draft here. I'm a little bit concerned. Byron's coming in as well. I mean, that behind the Meg, going to keep that more survivability in check, and the heals from the Gene as well. There's a lot of heals on the side of FUT Esports now.
Is the wall break that important to pick Brock over Angelo?
Good question, to be fair. I mean, Angelo being open as well. Yeah, I mean, you've got the Brock. You can open up and allow the Angelo to do more as well. I mean, I would kind of keep the Brock and maybe change out the 8-bit, to be completely honest. But that's just me. I mean, so certainly the walls can have a lot of weight behind the damage booster, and the maneuverability that 8-bit requires can be, you know, therefore protected. But, you know, it's interesting to me. I wasn't expecting the 8-bit, I'll be honest.
Yeah, also a little bit uncharacteristic of this map. Usually we see throwers. Obviously, Hubie in a very comfortable position if he could throw over that wall. Same thing with Firecrow. If he could throw over that wall, very comfortable. This is a map that we see a lot of throwers on. So, interesting switch up here. Scoreless, just the blue star. That one went to Space Station. So it's up to FUT to play aggressively here. And they're kind of starting just about now.
There's the pull from Motep. The connection is there. Firecrow will fall 2 stars to 1. The blue star was collected by Space Station Gaming, so that will stay there. But just the 1 kill so far in this game. And now FUT Esports repositioned out of that mid and on those back lines. Never a great place to be. 50 seconds on the clock as well. So plenty of time for SSG to work themselves together and work out a correlated push together here. But Hubie just sitting behind that wall, got the swipe to hand as well. Kydog just jumped at the right time. I was going to say Rocket Lace is there, really coming in nicely helpful.
Yeah, a little out of position. Forces a button. Makes it work, though. All right, 8-bit totem down. And that damage booster going to come in clutch here. If they hit a shot, it's just Kydog that's busting up walls at the moment. The response from Motep and Pekka is decent to shove the players out. And the pull is bad. Still, 2-1. There's the change. Firecrow puts down Pekka. Space Station with the lead on the retreat.
I actually didn't mind the pull to give it a damage booster, but in the meanwhile, they just dropped the ball and took down a player of FUT, and now they get Space Station gave the lead no time for ability to turn it around either. I mean, I didn't mind the pull, but I mean, that was the problem for them, was they were just conceding so much damage, but the timing wasn't quite right, and FUT Esports may have just lost this set. They've got to be able to now really recollect and come back with something astronomical. Space Station might be running away with this.
Yeah, you know, I see what you're saying there. You know, you take down the damage booster, and then you're able to fight into it a little bit more. Ah, man. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. If FUT get a player, they get the star, they play a completely different game. FUT, this time, have the blue star. They're still a little aggressive. They're also spread out here, Arc, and I don't love that.
It was a great idea from FUT, just bad timing. Just bad timing now. Nice from Motep though, gets a pick up 5. Could have maybe be able to take him down here from Pekka. Heals himself as well to get out. Oh, but just the respawn was unkind. Nonetheless, 5 stars now with Foot to the 3 of Space Station Gaming. Again, a ticket for Worlds is on the line. If Space Station Gaming win this game, they are going to Worlds and forcing Foot Esports to go for the LCQ. There's a pull. It's opened up the walls now as well, which could prove quite helpful.
That time it did land on the damage booster, and well, twice. Gotta think it's on purpose. They are listening. They are thinking the same lines of thought as you are. 9-5, Foot with the lead, but 60 seconds to go. That is an eternity. Space Station Gaming definitely can fight into this one, but everybody on Foot, clean and clear, very healthy, unafraid to go into this match.
Good taps from Pekka onto Kaidog now, keeping him low as, again, especially within like a damage booster, Brock can do so much on this map. 35 seconds now, not much time. Just on the left-hand side, trying to force Hubili there as well, and Pekka gets some heals, which he is now as well, keeping him in the mix. It'll be a tough thing to take down. Nice splash from Pekka. The follow-up is there as well. 15 stars to Foot, 5 to Space Station Gaming, and that might be enough to secure this game, but it's not over yet.
Still, 17 seconds to count down from Adinho, Kaidog, Firecrow in the mid, but Kyle falls down. Great pull from the team player. Hubi's there to follow up, and they're going to hit the ceiling. Worlds comes down to a single game of bounty.
That gene pull on the turret worked out so much better for Foot because they got it early. They were able to work so much with the map, whereas previously to that, Space Station Gaming handed down in the last final seconds, and the pull then just took away from what could have been a kill. Now, one game to decide who goes to Worlds, who goes to LCQ. Will it be Foot? Will it be Space Station Gaming?
I don't have the answer. The people that do have the answer, Pekka, Hubi, Motep, Firecrow, Kaidog, Adinho. These players hold the answer. Firecrow gets held by Motep and pushed by Hubi. 3-0, Blue Star included for Foot.
Great start for Esports. Huge pressure there on the top left-hand side. Firecrow's down to 100 HP. Adinho came in just the nick of time there to help out. But it's put Kaidog in a tough spot there, handing over more utility over to Motep, who looks for the magic hand. We've seen just how pivotal it can be in this series. If they lead in too much to that, they're going to be able to secure yet another kill on the side of Foot. But let's see how SSG respond.
Great play by Firecrow here. Hubi has been doing a lot of the work tanking for Foot, and Firecrow targeting the Meg. Knocks her out of the mech. Pekka's been able to heal her just a little bit and back on in just as quick as she fell out. So still a little closer this time. 1 kill gives Space Station Gaming the lead, but it's 3/2. 40 on the clock. Arc, Space Station on the offensive.
Got to get that turret, but there's only 30 seconds on the clock. They prefer to get a kill realistically in this position. They've got the blue star, but one single person on the side of Foot that falls. It's going to give SSG the lead now. So much on the line. Gadget from Pekka. Good shots followed from to Kaidog as well, but this push is looking scary to me, and Hubili is out of the mech.
Again, problematic. That's going to put a damper on Foot. Old school bounty time. 11 seconds is when you go, and Space Station are pushing forward. The damage booster is down. Jumping in, but pulled in. Kaidog gets the upper hand, and Space Station Gaming, they take the kill, they take the match. They're going to Worlds.
The Gene Hypercharge just came back to bite for Esports in the foot. And SSG couldn't be happier. Look at the celebrations. They can't believe it themselves. So happy to be going straight to Worlds. I had my money on Foot Esports. I thought that Gene Pool looked good to me, but the follow-up just was not there. And Foot Esports with their heads in their hands. Oh my word. Bro, what a way to define who goes to the World Finals.
These are the stories. This is real. This is why I love what we do. These are the stories. Foot, step by step, getting better, taking down the opposition, leapfrogging Space Station Gaming. But at the end of the day, it's the OG big boys bringing it home. And I want to point to this hot zone, dude. I need to point to this hot zone, dude. Kaidog willed his team to Worlds. And then we get to see the team victory afterwards. Bro, man, sir, Ark, my friend, my guy, Habibi, my dude, mi amigo, this is nuts.
I mean, if that's not sort of a clear-cut sign for Supercell to reconsider the strength of the Gene Hypercharge, I don't know what is. I mean, the Pearl there coming in for Firecrow really did land. I thought the Pekka might be able to get like a piercing shot potentially there as well. There was a lot of stars that could have got it, but I mean, the timing of that, they just need more support behind it to secure the kill fast enough, and it wasn't there. SG, as they should be celebrating, going to the World Finals off the back of that play alone. Beautiful stuff from them. I didn't expect it today. They didn't look the best going throughout the course of the day, but in the finals, when it mattered most, in the grand finals, pulling themselves together, pulling up their socks, and getting it done. But Esports now have got to go through the LCQ.
Oh my goodness. I'm still, this is the most excited I have been in so long, my guy. The storylines just, this is why we do it, man. You can't write this. You can't make this up. The 6 players in front of you are the only way we get to witness this tale unfold. Motep, unfortunate, my guy, but spectacular performance all year long from Foot, Motep, Hubi, and Pekka, and Coach Roll. Really, really leveled this team up. I expect to see fireworks in that last chance qualifier. And then SSG, just a little bit of a backstep in recent memory, but honestly, less of a backstep and more about Foot stepping up. But here's something that I want to address. We see Space Station Gaming play less cleanly against some of these other teams, and that's why largely we point to Foot, as Firecrow takes home the MVP as voted on by y'all at event.brawlstars.com. Space Station Gaming play to their opponent. Unfortunately, as they're often number 1, it means we watch them playing down Arc. But this is a moment where Foot might have been a better team, and SSG rose to the occasion. I think that's the identity of this team. They rise to these moments.
Yeah, it's got to be heartbreaking, really, for Esports. I mean, the journey to this stage, you know, just coming back time and time again, getting better along the way, 2 consecutive back-to-back monthly final wins, and then to go out like this, 1 game of bounty, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to define their entire year's work, and you can see it there on their faces. 287 HP, by the way, on the back of that Pearl at the end of that game. I mean, by a slither. I mean, it really could have gone either way. The pool looked good. Ultimately, when you're pulling in a Pearl, you've got to get that takedown swift enough to ensure that it doesn't cause more harm than good. And I mean, I think that Hypercharge on the Gene probably will get a look in the future from the side of Supercell, because it just has, as we've seen in the BSC, more often than not caused more harm to the team that are using it than the team that are being pulled in. So certainly, though, unfortunate. And you know, full credit to SSG. As you mentioned, the drafts today were absolutely fantastic in the grand finals. A bit questionable prior to that, but they were inside the minds of Foot Esports, and Foot Esports were the team that was standing in their way of a ticket to the World Finals. The quarterfinals and semifinals, they definitely looked a bit more the shakier of the 2 teams. Certainly SSG in the semifinals, right? But Foot Esports got it done when it mattered, and Space Station Gaming, you know, they are the team going to the World Finals. Foot Esports now forced to go through the LCQ, and I mean, don't get me wrong, they're going to be one of the strongest teams in the LCQ. We've got a fully stacked LCQ coming up.
I mean, absolutely. And yeah, that's the biggest thing. We definitely want to reiterate that Foot can still make Worlds. They are going to the last chance qualifier. So just to back it up and break it down, Worlds lays ahead in the distance, but before then we have one last moment where all the teams who just didn't make it, plus mainland China, get to battle it out to see the top of the crop from that competition make it to Worlds as well. Trav, we've had a crazy day here, including SK Kalala toppling Queso in 3. We saw RDP coming through and bringing a 5-game set in the quarters. This was really fitting for our final monthly finals, I think.
It was everything we dreamed of, genuinely. Like, after covering the entire year, I believe we've all done South America all year long. It's been genuinely incredible all the way through, and you can just see the passion from both sides. But there's passion from both sides of it, but the conflicting emotions, the head in the hands of thought, and just getting up, walking away, and the pure happiness in Space Station. It's just what drives me to do this job, to watch this amount of Brawl Stars esports. It's genuinely incredible. These are the moments we all live for.
Up to the top. Let's take a deeper look at the numbers. We've confirmed that it is going to be Space Station Gaming making their way to the World Finals, and Foot and Team Queso are going to be the squads from South America heading out to that last chance qualifier. Much love to SK Kalalas, Maruecas, Reyes Dupiel, Olimpo Squad, Level Esports, a number of other players, iWorlds, who has made themselves known in the monthly finals a couple of times as well. This is an exciting region. Players really standing up and making some noise here. And so definitely want to celebrate everybody that has made it this far, whether it was now or whether it was March. World's Finals race looks like this. Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports are going to Worlds from APAC. EMEA is locked in as well. SK Gaming, Humble, and Zeta Division. And North America, at the moment, Pioneers and Elevate. Space Station Gaming, obviously, the South American representation for that matchup. So these are, theoretically, the best teams around and the squads that you've got to look at. Ark, are you in agreement?
I mean, it's fact. You know, at this stage, it is fact. And these are the teams that have obviously got the LCQ race to look forward to. Angelic for APAC, as well as Navi. Team Okachiki for EMEA, Eclipse R Esports, Reply Totem also. And now for Esports for South America joined that list with Team Queso today, who did do enough to be able to qualify themselves as well. We'll find out as well when it comes down to it for Tribe Gaming and Luminosity, who will be going that way, or how today is going to unfold. Obviously, Tribe Gaming and Luminosity guaranteed LCQ at least, and the Chinese mainland has actually been determined already. We had that played out, I think, a few weeks back, but nonetheless, LCQ looking entirely stacked now. And I mean, I just kind of worry, and I think Trav said it best yesterday as well. It's like, no, this is the stage that you don't really want to be at. You want to go straight to the World Finals. You don't want to have that additional worry in the back of your mind of whether you'll make it or not. So, I mean, it's going to be a very, very grueling one. I think last year was so successful in the LCQ side of things. I think this year it's going to be even bigger and even better.
Well, with that, we close a fifth postseason in front of us. Trav, here all year long. You and I have done a number of fans together, just a number of matches together, a whole bunch of Brawl as we close 2024's regular season. Any final words you want to give? Any words of wisdom?
It's always bittersweet ending the regular season. You know, we've had 5 months of just incredible gameplay from EMEA and South America, from at least what I've seen from my perspective of what I've casted. It was just genuinely been absolutely incredible. So massive congratulations to the teams who have made it to Worlds from every region, but specifically EMEA and SA from me, and the LCQ as well. It's beautiful. You'll enjoy Cologne. There's a gorgeous cathedral you'll have to go and see, but they do still have that extra weight of still wanting to get to Worlds, and honestly, I hope they do.
Ark, Trav, it's been an absolute pleasure. Shout outs to our sister stream as well. Spoo and Sunny bringing the best. Much love to our production team. Well, there is a single monthly final waiting for us. 4:30 time. North America ends their regular season. From me to you, thank you for letting me be a part of the end of our regular season. We've got LCQ and Worlds lurking in the future. Don't miss any of the action. We'll see you next time, Brawl Nation. Peace and much love to you.
Do this with cover is going to be going for him soon. He gets a kill. The Hacks gadget as well. Can he find the tap? He gets this as well. What a turnaround for SSG.
Like, it's just a Pam healing station versus Berry healing, and that's it. But there's the hypercharge. We were talking about it before. Sometimes it carries, sometimes it throws, but this time for Adinho, it's put Space Station further in the lead.
It's a really tough position for SSG to actually push into. Firecrow's going to make for the run of the ball. No shots were made. Hypercharge is all left, right, and centre though, and their team wipe surely. The last pawn remaining, and he should fall here, but he's going to stay alive. It doesn't really matter. Oh, that's been a really tough spot. But he finds two! Oh my goodness me, what an amazing clutch from him! It was looking bleak until that moment in time, and Foot Esports just come out of the gates and get that massive live round.
Best stew in the world. And now it all comes down to a single set. Damage booster is down, jumping in, but pulled in. Kyle Dog gets the upper hand, and Space Station Gaming, they take the kill, they take the match, they're going to World.